Testing. Fuck me. What the fuck is going on? What is happening? Dude, everything is breaking. I'm so confused, man. I've never had any This still works? My microphone stopped working. What? I've never seen some crazy shit like this. Oh boy. Okay, well, this stream may be a bust. Because for some reason everything is fucking breaking. I don't know why. Test, test, test. Okay, I can hear myself. Let's test alerts. My cat is in my pants.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
That works. Okay. Been muted. I've been muted for fucking 10 minutes. I didn't even realize. So weird. I guess try the game again. There is game audio. I just accidentally clicked on Rainer stream. Let's go live went right. Rainer. My fucking shit's still lagging. What is happening? Dude, I don't know what's going on. My whole PC's fucked for some reason. This is so weird. I have literally not had any issues at all. I've been streaming this game for a week. And now all of a sudden it's just like I can't do anything. Hold on. That's not true. Something did actually change. Something did change. The fucking TikTok live studio just got an update right before I started stream. Let me see if turning off the TikTok fixes it. Hello. Screech? Are you staying in here or do you want out? You're getting shit everywhere. I can't tell. I think that fixed it. It's TikTok Studio. TikTok Studio, they seem to have broke it. That's wonderful. What the fuck? Oy vey. Oy vey. Yeah, it's definitely, as soon as I turned TikTok Live Studio off, my computer went back to normal. It's absolutely that. Whatever they must have done in this latest update completely fucked it. It's lagging my whole goddamn computer. That's the only way I can stream to fucking TikTok. That's the... Ay, ay, ay. Okay, well. Meow, meow, meow. You can leave. Fine, whatever. What, okay, I guess I'll maybe have to roll back the update if I can figure out how, but I guess I won't do that now. Apologies. Apologies, apologies, apologies. Did not expect this turn of events. I thought it was OBS, but no, it's TikTok Live Studio of all fucking things. It's lagging my whole PC, that's great. Well, I guess we won't be going live to TikTok for a little bit. Not that anybody watches. Let's get into the actual game. That still doesn't explain why my microphone suddenly stopped working. That was pretty random. Anyway. I was pretty close to solving a murder, I believe.
The trap is full of locusts, but they see poor things.
I feel like she'd be here, right? No? Okay. Maybe not yet. We have to find Ruby. Or there. It's a really awful looking house. Oh yeah, this chick is here now too, huh? Fuck you, Joyce!
I'll just keep the Corda Lacey in the channel, if that's okay. It's too shallow near the pier.
Aye, ma'am. And it's a jetty, by the way.
Of course. Jetty. I prefer a good jetty to a pier any day. Jetty?
Something about the way she says it makes you want to sing.
Oh, Jetty, oh, Jetty. It's good to see you here, detectives. I only just arrived myself.
What brings you here, madame?
Nothing, really. I've had my eye on this jetty for weeks now, so I decided to investigate it personally. This cluster of buildings isn't on any of the official maps, as far as I can tell.
That. And she's also keeping an eye on you.
Spying has such a negative connotation. I did track your progress along the coast, however, and decided I would be better able to assist you from here. Then there's the matter of that little scamp in old lady clothes. She threatened to paint the Corda Lacey red. Like blood, you see. Well, I like it the way it is. White. How do I like it?
Red boat's a no-go for me.
Water drips down eaves of Eternite. The jetty below her feet creaks to the tune. The smell of salt and dog shit in the background.
I know what that's like.
It's pornographically poor. The street has no name, all the men are dead or missing. And is that the carcass of a motor carriage over there?
It's mine.
I'm surprised that woman hasn't put me to the sword yet. Maybe she will. You should ask your questions while you can.
Dark eyes survey the coast leading up to Martinez. Dull grey metal rests in her scabbard. A sword. The wind is too loud for her to hear.
Fortunately for you, madame, the RCM is on the scene.
All right. Politics time.
This is all your fault.
Oh, I'm not frightened, officer. I'd never...
Above you, there forms a quilt of altocumulus clouds, twisting into each other. Their cloud shadows slide over the ruins of Revachol West. Wherever they pass, the temperature drops slightly, but perceptibly.
Have I told you how they discovered this place? No, they're in Celindian, Isala. Well, your condition has left you no worse off than most of these people. The literacy rate is around 45% west of the river. 50 years of occupation have left these people in an oblivion of poverty. I knew you would sympathize. Most Revacholians will never know what this place means. Our home. This island of matter. Or why they were ferried over in the first place. Remind me to tell you one day.
Do we?
I hear you have singled out a suspect and are in pursuit. This is cause for cautious optimism. I would not want to delay you.
This story she will tell only before she leaves Martinez, at the very end of her stay.
Maybe there is something else I can assist you with, while you're hot. Oh? A takeover? Taking it.
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot, like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Evrart needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this. They most certainly are not. Crenell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West. It will take more than Crenell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do? Everything affects the decision-making process, Detective.
Officer?
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
I mean, it's not my job.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future.
Got nothing to do with me.
What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown. It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years. The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
Each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Called Volta Doma, or Return from the Sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute, slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trip. So does the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky. The droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, Lancialind, Lancialind, the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious. as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the second day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Elysium. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high on Caillou, the Pebble, the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later, the first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls. The nations of Mundi proceeded to discover 5 more Isolae, or they discovered us, all in the rush of the great inter-Islary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there, wipe out indigenous populations, gunboat economies, or they came to do the same for us, or had done to each other. But there was no one but the skua, the Liliat Sea, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain, revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism. It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen. The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez, if you handle the situation on the ground. Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
There are no employers. She's a member of the board.
Oh,
Probably a partner.
interesting.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
That's right, detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not. Events are already in motion. Whether your actions accelerated or momentarily retarded their progress, even the lieutenant cannot really say.
I have not deceived you. I told you exactly who I was. Rejoice Layton. Keep the peace, and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Cronell's investigation?
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Arm yourselves. Armor yourselves. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
Metal Gear win? I don't know. I'm actually more excited for the Metal Gear 3 remake, if that ever actually comes out. Metal Gear Delta?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information. One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I too am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
Nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp.
No, Detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
I'm
about that.
overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola, the Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
All right.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. You wonder what Everard has to say about this. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
Immediately sent her. Yeah, I definitely should have done that a long time. A long time ago. I've done things in a very weird order.
Our tenant, nay, I haven't seen anyone lately.
Because she's blind, which you seem to have forgotten.
This is my little cinder block town. I know what goes on around here.
She's being evasive. She knows something.
There was a murder in Martinez. She might be a suspect. We would appreciate your help.
Would you now? I know how this world works, and it doesn't work when people tell on each other.
Bitch, you know I saved your fucking homes when I forged those signatures? Asshole.
No, it's not like that, man. With him, we called you. Right now, you just arrived by yourself, like a raven plucking at the window glass. There's not much to tell. People come and go. Now, was there something else?
I see, ma'am. I hope you don't mind if we look around anyway.
You should look around your shack. Maybe she's rented it out to others too.
Now I can look at the floorboards. Okay.
As you look at the floorboards in this corner of the shack,
I got that
it's
clue
clear
like
one of them
a
isn't
long
on the
ass time
level
ago.
with the others. The edge of a floorboard next to it looks scratched. Hollow space underneath the floorboards is dark and damp. You can barely make out the mixture of sand and sawdust below. Nothing particular catches your eye. Looks like more reeds. There might be something hidden inside the sand, though. Something bad. Someone's night thoughts. A last resort. A bad idea. You stick your hand in and start combing through the sand. Dry, not like outside. Fine dust. And then, something hard wrapped in paper. A small cylindrical object. You pull it out. A bullet. A 9mm bullet, to be exact. Fit for all muzzle loaders of that caliber. Like your own Villiers pistol. The floorboard isn't interested. Maybe the washerwoman is. You have enough to confront her with. It's extra ammunition. She's locked and loaded, ready to fight some cops. Holding the bullet, you get the feeling this isn't ammunition against you. It's for herself.
Last resort, bullet to the head. She's ready. She's ready to put it in her. What did I just say? Put a bullet in her.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the way. Damn that girl.
And without anger, a long and harsh life has taught her not to buckle under pressure.
A bullet? You didn't put it there, did you? She did.
Gone and hid things in there? She's usually a good tenant, and not a stupid one either. Yes, I let my room to that Ruby girl. As I've done before when she's been in trouble or just looking for solitude. I've made it clear. We welcome all kinds of people here. She came last Friday, left on Monday in a hurry. What has she gotten herself into, that girl?
She seems genuinely worried about her previous tenant. She's seen her hiding out from trouble before. But this seems different.
That's for the police to find out. Right then, please answer each question to the best of your ability. I'm sure we have a few.
Yes, early with the dogs, around 8 o'clock, I think.
She probably heard the lieutenant's Kanema drive by, and it woke her up, just like it did you.
Yes, that is a downside of having a 130 kilowatt engine. It lets the bad guys know when you are coming.
I cleaned it, like I always do. No,
The truth, sire.
she's good company. Knows how to talk to an old woman. At my age, you don't get a lot of quality conversation. So I really appreciate that about her.
Did she talk to you much during her last stay?
No, she was mostly silent this time, kept to herself. She tried not to let it show, but I could tell she hadn't come to fish. Usually she likes to cast a few lines, but this time she mostly stayed in her room. How would I know? She's a gruff one, but not violent. She doesn't go around toting a gun.
You could ask her about your hunch, that it was a desperate measure. See if she thinks Ruby fits the bill.
Aye, do tell. Exit from what?
The lieutenant stops writing for a moment. He looks at you, then at the old woman.
No, she's a fighter.
She really believes that.
Nothing of the sort. Sure, she was no stranger to the bottle. She fit in that way. But I only knew her to have a beer on the beach while watching the sunset. She isn't what you call a drunk. Even offered me some from time to time. Said it was part of the communal life. But I never saw her lose control of herself, the way some people do. I don't know. Further up the coast, she tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screeched like a cat in heat. Woke me up. I heard her rushing in those heavy boots, heading up north.
It's a peninsula. She might be trapped.
You'll never find her, you know. She knows the coast like the
I've
back
already
of
been
her
up there. What are you talking
hand.
about?
You only just arrived.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Are you sure you would rather stay here? Get a nice cozy fire going in the heater? Seems like a better idea to me.
The Feld electric mural. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
One thing, officer. If you do find her, please go easy on her.
She really means it. It's an honest plea.
She's a good girl. Whatever she's gotten herself mixed up in.
Tequila Suns. Can't really remember seeing any women after losing my keys.
It's a touchy topic. He hasn't got laid in ages. He really has no idea.
Useless. Can I finally see if the shots were taken here? Now that I've passed what seemingly is like a pivotal point, maybe? No? Bro.
The light vanishes inside the concrete slit. The structure goes deep under the earth. There's no echo, and no answer. Maybe it's just a storm drain for the sewer.
No idea. Could be connected to one of the buildings around here. We might find her down somewhere. There's an old storm drain system beneath Martinez that's mostly collapsed. Revachol's sewage system has been built and rebuilt 4 or 5 times now. In conclusion, she could be under any building. I hope not.
Hey, you motherfucker!
You see, a slogan used to above the mural, a collapsed roof, broken windows set in walls that are cracking and will soon also fall, and the coastal breeze rustling and sighing in the remains of the edifice. Feld Electrical. How ironic. All these dark rooms. Feld Electrical. You only know them as a small company that makes ink cartridges. Looks like they used to be big. There's something in the wind. Sometimes the only way to go forward is to fail first. Indeed, somehow you knew it was here. An urban ruin, gutted by looters that once used to consume money and dispense warmth and light. You felt it before, when it rained in Martinez, and you felt the cold of the rain. The feeling persists. It has been in you ever since.
In there? She could. Or she could be in the identical room over there, or in that boat shack, in that church tower, maybe.
Why single out this one building?
Death notification?
Even though you're sure you succeeded, all is quiet. There is no cold hand brushing against your forehead, no rustle in the reeds. The wind has died down. The ruin in front of you is silent as a tomb. Trying to talk to the wind, the city, whatever you thought would happen did not, and now you're just standing there in the pale of the morning, with your hands fallen to your side. Is trying to talk to the city something you've done before? Is it in your secret repertoire? A trick for when you're out of ideas?
How do we? I was really hoping she'd be in the village. Okay. She's probably north of the village, and this place is a peninsula. We already scanned most of the outdoor areas on our wild cryptid hunt, so we have an understanding of the geography, at least. And then there's the church. We've already searched that and can rule it out. I know it doesn't feel like progress, but exclusion is a step too. Anyway, we do it the old-fashioned way, sector by sector. Go over the whole peninsula, ask the locals, enter the places where we can enter first, like we did in the village. Then, if we're desperate, we can look where we can't enter. Bunkers, storm drainage, this place. I'm sure it won't come to that.
Walk the coast, the old boardwalk, the reeds. You can always come back here and talk to the wind again. Look where it already got you. An adventure awaits. An adventure on the windswept urban coast.
Interesting. Interesting.
Hello. Is it? No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. A few poor thing. The trap is poor. A row of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades, a cold behind them. There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable, but I like the spirit. Have some points. It's lonely and cold without points. And dangerous. Dangerous too.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
The dome-shaped plastic.
It's clearly this building. We just gotta, I guess we just got to like make sure that it's the last thing I do, I guess, maybe? I have to exclude everything else? An old door.
From here to the wiring, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Just dead, fourth.
Hmm.
Yes, what is it? What? No, no one.
She has not seen her, sire.
The swallow, you mean? What about it? Some.
Only a faint, strange thing.
There's display.
The pillar of...
Maybe. I know. No.
She sounds mildly annoyed by...
Great. Thanks.
The mother of humanism stands up. There's some tear.
Yes?
Hmm.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. There's a life is garbage.
Hello again. No,
Just no.
it's pretty desolate.
Teenagers skulking around. Gang members looking for a hole in the Union's defenses. Maybe Ruby too. But she wouldn't be able to tell from here.
Exactly. It's our chance to tell.
The young man,
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! Encore!
he furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music.
Hardcore! Ah! Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet.
I am the mic enforcer.
Could there have been a right way out of this?
Back to the head. Hardcore! Hardcore! Yeah!
This young man adds a or maybe it's not got volume. Maybe it's Oranese.
You know about him? You know Van Eyck? Wow!
The skinny wraith.
So am I! So am I! Oh! Is that why they call you Egghead? Because Egghead to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man! The Advent? The cloud. True! Hard! Full! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibberdanger! I am the rearranger! The clothes. True! Hard! Full! It's hardcore! Skibbity, the cloud. True! Hardcore! Yeah!
This young man, or maybe
The Y today! Yeah!
he missed one A.
I'm the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the club. True! Hardcore! Yeah!
This young man, or maybe
The what? Yeah!
he missed one.
It's nice to be important. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the neck. Here comes the... Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the... Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata. The place to be. Yakokata is a hard...
An intricate system of irrigation networks pockmarking the earth. Intermittent seas of phosphorus mud. Ripped tarpaulin fluttering in the wind. A pair of molten rubber boots also comes to mind. All in all, a truly hardcore place.
Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Internally... Good morning, yeah. It's the message, so listen and you will see. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the... Internally... All core. All right. Gotta get the people going. Yeah. Request. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally... Good morning, yeah. It's the message. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally coherent. All core. Gotta get... I'm the party boy. It's my job. Hardcore party 20...
There is a place far away in Cutler, beyond a certain latitude, known as Winter's Orbit, where there are 25 hours in a day. It is a tremendously cold place, abandoned to drunks and failed rock stars, full of eternite, depression, and half-finished ski-flying hills. The Suru live there.
Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally coherent. All core. Gotta get the people. I'm the party boy. 2 on a track. Watch your back. Watch out for the heart attack. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally all core.
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime invisible movement of the music in
Hardcore. Ah!
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally coherent. All core.
He furrowed.
Hardcore.
The question is, but there was no...
Close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore. Internally all core.
He furrows.
Is it though?
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life. Cloud. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to... Internally all core.
He furrowed.
Hardcore.
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really? No, but seriously, I'm a bit worried it isn't.
The skin on your back is crawling. For a second, you can't even
What
hear
the
them.
fuck is going on?
There is a hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Gilles Lane, right next to the canal.
What?
Don't be alarmed. Everything is okay. He isn't actually worried. Everything is still super hardcore. What he probably means is, it could be even more so.
There's nothing wrong with it. I'm still in love with the hardcore. Sometimes I just feel like anodic music is in its infancy, you know? For example, take this Arno van Eyck jam I've been pumping for the last months, and will continue pumping for the rest of 51. Isn't something holding it back from being hyper? It's like it's only ultra.
I think it's super hardcore, but you're right. It's not hyper hardcore.
If anything, it sounds a bit proto, like it's not fully formed yet. You might be a moribund alcoholic and a failed cop, but you are pretty certain a thing cannot be both proto and hardcore.
Wow! Culture cop! I think you might be right. But how could it become hardcore then? I know it in my heart, but cannot think it in my head. If this is not hardcore, how could anything be? What? Guys, there's something happening in his head. Oh yeah! He's doing it!
But you're not. This is almost certainly a matter that surpasses the limits of reason.
I know! So does mine!
But there's something else that hasn't failed you.
No! This is the answer!
nation, but transnation. No war, but class war.
Don't be a lunatic. Of course he isn't. Jermaine here just yells random things. Odds are, sooner or later one of them will come off as fault reading.
Yeah! Revolution imperative!
Unless you were thinking Revolution imperative right now. Anyway, I've had a similar thing happen with eggs yelling. I know what you mean. That's fucked up, man. Lying like that. And a cop too. Don't be a
Yeah!
Unless you were
hardcore superstar!
He's not a communist. It's just something he likes to yell. He picked it up from a tape jockey at the Elysium. She was a communist, though.
Yeah! With the rebel yell! I can be an ultra. If you want that, do you want me to be an ultra?
Please don't turn him into an ultra-liberal.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do that. There's enough exploitation in the world. I can be an ultra.
Please don't.
Oh, jeez. Please don't do.
He's an ultra liberal.
Capital rules the nation. Eat the poor.
You swear you feel the profit margins reflecting off Jermaine Egghead's giant smile.
What is happening?
Dark code hardcore. Jermaine Egghead. Basically, yes, it is. Lungs are for love. Love. In a woman's lungs. Lonely as I am, I'm not afraid. This strange, damaged feeling grows on and on. Cause I've never loved someone like you before.
A dopamine surge accompanies the words. It feels like electricity flowing down your scalp, dissipating into your neck. Feels good.
Huh? I see you're here again. Off-sign, man.
This young speed freak seems to know his look is intensely suspicious.
Don't think so. Big bad frequencies are extremely negative. Thought suppression, dream implantation, memory revision. Pretty out there stuff. Not sure I want to get involved with it.
There is fear there, but also curiosity. He just needs a reason to help you.
Besides, our own signs aren't even synced yet. So how am I supposed to get...
Hi again. So, and?
What? Oh, man! Who is he? What did you think?
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
No matter.
He's... Yeah. Noid is...
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
I dunno, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah! Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what? A programmer? That's odd. What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
What a pity! That's my favourite thing in the world! And she doesn't like it at all!
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity? Unity! Damn! And you can't just evict her?
Look at you, Honor Man!
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her. If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music. The lines in the dark exist. Coexist.
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music? Wonderful! If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think? Oh man,
But the drug lab was like an integral part of getting the club going. For me, it was my favourite part. Chemistry's great. Besides, imagine all the drugs we could do if we had our own drug lab. I mean, hypnotic music is great and all, but drugs, they make you feel really good. When did you last feel really, really good?
Excitement bubbles up in you. Maybe you should blast some of these drugs right here in this tent.
Pull out that stick, lawman. You'd absolutely love drugs. They'll make you feel transcendent.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend. Goodbye, officer.
Okay, so maybe I just needed to talk to them all. I was wondering why I thought I had to maybe continue with the main quest until something else happened, and I could get her something related to her and then get that figured out. Maybe I just have to talk to them the entire time and just talk. I don't know. We'll see. Hello.
Yes, what is it? I don't want to make anything work. Yes, anything. I don't want to make anything work.
It's not the hypnotic dance music that's made her bitter. It's the failure of Fortress Accident.
That's right. If we couldn't get our Welkins to happen, I don't want anything to happen. Ever again.
There's not a trace of irony in her voice. She means it. Easy. When her research is done, she can move out.
What? No, I don't really need any help with the project.
She thinks about it. A glassy look in her eyes. A gust of wind brings more snow in from the broken gallery. It touches her hair.
All right. Bring me the game's off-site copy from my old workspace, if you really want to help. It's stored on a filament memory, and I'm unable to go and fetch it myself. Yeah, that's the one. You can get in through the bookshop. You just have to do some explaining to the bookstore lady. Good. Then you might know the giant ice bear fridge in the building's cellar. The filament is inside the fridge. Just go and get it. In the giant ice bear fridge.
But you've been to the fridge and it wasn't there. There was a note saying...
Wait. A note from whom? Did it specify where they took the filament memory? Jawiza. Of course. Our project lead, Suliswov Jawiza. God, he was always so hell-bent on keeping the copy somewhere safe. And feature creep, and the Valley of the Heads. Like it would have made a difference. The offsite copy was perfectly safe when the data loss happened. That data loss was anomalous. And the heads... I won't even get into the heads.
I can't, though.
Millions of them. Go find that copy from that ice cream maker, will you? Thanks.
Valley of 1,000 Heads. You like the sound of that.
This is getting ridiculous. Can't you just defrost it? Or, I don't know. I don't know about the ice cream maker. Just figure something out.
There's a solution, but she doesn't want to hand it over to you yet. It's a thing. Something she holds dear.
What?
The bookstore lady hates me. Says I'm part of the curse. Whatever that means. Of course not. Anyway, I don't have my keys anymore and she won't let me in. Because she's from Martinez, and people from Martinez have never ever seen a radio computer. She thinks it emits elemental evil. No. She literally started praying for the higher powers when she first saw my Rain Civic. I'm not making this up.
The lieutenant coughs like he's amused.
Once I came in one morning, only to find that my terminal was full of those strange trinkets and amulets. Wards. It looked like some Semenine magic. It's a backup of my former employer's project. the radio game we were working on. It's stored on a filament memory, just like the one inside this radio computer.
She's making it extra simple for you.
The backup itself is destroyed now, but I'm hoping to use what's left of it to pinpoint the exact location of the anomaly. You just have to go to my old workspace and get the filament.
Hold on. If it's called an off-site copy...
We already know all this stuff. I've already done this entire thing.
Oh god, not this again. It is not on site. It is in the basement.
You know, the reason for an off-site copy is usually if anything happens to the actual building itself. If your house burns down, having an off-site copy, not on your computer, but stored in a fucking box in your closet, it's still not an off-site copy. An off-site copy's purpose is for it not to be in the same area.
Basement? Sounds like it's technically still on site.
And no, taking it outside the building wouldn't have protected it from the data loss. There's nothing wrong with keeping the backup in the basement.
Yes,
what
there
happened
is.
was a freak accident that has nothing to do with how the backup was stored.
It's fundamentally not an off-site copy.
We clear?
This is clearly a painful topic for her. She must have had to explain herself numerous times.
Thanks.
Oversized pry bar!
And here's my Qualsund multi-tool. You might need it to hack loose some ice. It opens everything. If you get me the off-site copy, then you can keep the Qualsund.
It hurts a bit for her to say this. She's not too happy to be parting with the Kavals. The legendary Kvalsund multi-tool. This is Prybar version 2.0 for professionals like you.
Finally. I did things in such a weird order. Which is my own fault, but that's fine. I've got 2 bullets. Look at this fucking... This is a... What is this thing? This is... Is it not a tool? It's not a tool? No, it is. This is the right thing. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? What is that?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it, turning the crank, feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance, you hear water dripping. Ice squeaks beneath your... and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do other than wait for it to defrost or bulk up and get strong.
First of all, it's been defrosting for like a fucking week. It seems like it's just now starting to count down, though, which is a bit of a pain in my ass. Oh, fuck off. I can't increase this. Oh my god. I'm gonna have to reload. I think I just fucked that up. I can't put another point into it, which means I can't redo the check. I need to get my physical gear on. I think I'm gonna save scum this. I'm gonna save scum this. I literally can't, I have no more slots for thoughts. And I can't level up physical anymore. So this is literally like the one chance I have to make this work. and it's like close to the end of the game. So I think we're just gonna fucking save scum the hell out of it. My one save scum. It is what it is, bro.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks, and it's already unplugged. There's not much else to do.
I can't put points into physical fucking instrument game. Everyone gets one. Everyone gets one, at least one save scum.
This orange machine is dead still. Ice squeaks beneath, and it's all.
I just want to finish this quest. I want to finish this quest before I fucking do everything else. I'm gonna end up beating the game. Just give me the fucking thing.
This orange machine is dead. Ice squeaks, and it's already unplugged. There's not.
I don't have anything that's minus, do I? I really picked like the worst possible fucking build. Of all the things I could have done.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it, ice groans and howls
I think
under the strain of your giant.
I think what's happened, because it's day 6 already. I unplugged this thing on day 1, and it's day 6. So I think I think for whatever reason the actual defrosting of it hasn't started counting down until now, which is a bit unfortunate. Because I imagine like probably tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, it would likely give me points for it being defrosted. But this thing has been turned off for a week. There shouldn't be any more ice left. I think the countdown doesn't actually start until you get to the quest, not when you actually unplug the thing. Because I unplugged it on day 1.
Darkness lies inside, but you can faintly make out an object, intricate and foreign, left there for a sub-zero beauty sleep, a filament memory with the words "off-site copy" written on its side. You gently lift the cube from its frosty bed.
We should take it back to Miss Lukanen Kilde as soon as possible. I'm not sure how well unused filaments tolerate room temperatures.
Yes, but aren't you curious to know what's on the precious filament? There's a radio computer upstairs.
Truth. This is truth.
Tiles on the cube are. The filament slides out like a smooth draw. The filament slides into place. The speaker comes to life.
Good morning, sir. Please repeat. Is this the Earth's good? No, that's...
Maybe it's the second part of the leitmotif you saw on the stained glass window.
Good. I've unlocked...
Ka-ching.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else? I thank you.
Tiles on the cube. It sounds like something cracks before the piece of paper starts filling up with pure black ink. Something's broken. Machines aren't supposed to behave like. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Did I break it?
Yes, what is it? Yes? Thanks. Looks like it's the one. Now I'm going to print it out to see what's left of it. I have a theory. Lintel was able to divine the location of the anomaly from this broken copy. I want to repeat their calculation, only this time with better equipment. Watch. What an intricate display of failure.
The paper starts filling out with ink, soaking it in a gleaming blackness. Not a single line of data stands out. This is wrong. It's the abyss staring back at you. Sona doesn't reply, her hands running over the printout. She's looking for something. For her morning star. Eyes scouring the millimeters.
Here, I found it. Hold on. Just give me a second. I'm almost
I've never witnessed a programmer work before.
done. I've got it. I found the location of the anomaly. I found the coordinates.
She's beaming. You can feel it in your heart. Great job.
Thank you. There, in the swallow. Think you can help me again? I need you to go move those water bolts for me. I need to double-check my calculations.
You like moving things around. Moving things around is calming.
Just walk over to the circle and follow my instructions. Move the third bolt 2 centimeters to the left, and the fourth bolt 5 centimeters to the right. This should do the trick. Thanks.
Okay. The third bowl? This one? Bro.
It's awfully silent again. Measurements have been marked down around. Oh boy, this is going to be good. It moves like a ghost without creating a single trace of sound. Some water spills out of the bowl, wetting the floor. The lead programmer sends you an encouraging thumbs up from across the hall. Time to run back, or maybe walk. This is a sacred place after all.
Yes, what is it? Great. Everything should be aligned now.
Miss Know-It-All is hesitating.
Yeah, nothing. Now the only thing left to do is to unmute the headphones. If we got the location right, we should then be able to hear whatever sound this anomaly makes. Honestly, I'm a little scared. I don't know. That's what I'm scared of. I don't know. It could be anything. I mean, what sound does the nothing make? How can you even listen to something that doesn't exist? What if silence is only what surrounds it, but the swallow itself is... I don't know. I'm just scared. Maybe it's going to be something terrifying. Maybe it's going to tear the world apart.
Okay.
Like that evil ink that filled the printout, erasing coherence and meaning.
Maybe. Maybe I'm just tired. Yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
The lieutenant takes a step back, and then nothing. Nothing happens as Sona Lokanen-Kilda presses unmute on her keyboard. Nothing but silence. You can hear some small animal cross the floor in the chancel. It's that quiet in the sanctuary. She doesn't answer, her eyes closed and brows knitted together in a state of deep focus, one hand cupping the headphone.
Damn it. No, of course not. Nothing happened. Let's move on.
Despite her fear, she was hoping for something extraordinary to take place.
No. No. My hypothesis was wrong. According to this, I should have heard something if I got the coordinates right. Like I said, silence is only what surrounds it. But this is just another failure. Silence sounds like silence. That's all it is. You can try on the headphones. See if you can hear anything. But don't get your hopes up.
This can't be it. You should have a listen.
Oh yeah, it's the cult of Mugga 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 Mugga.
Everything disappears. You are draped in silence like a drowning man staring into his puny little headspace. And then the pressure changes. It feels like flying on an aerostatic, or when your ears pop, or like a subtle difference in the atmosphere, a weather change hanging in the air. What if the sound you're looking for is too low for you to hear it?
A better sound system? Alright, but where would we get one?
Suddenly, a rhythmic beat permeates the walls, causing a
It
small
all
patch of
comes together. I see.
They should really allocate some renovation funds to this place.
No. What they really should do is shut down the disco men for disturbing neighborhood peace.
You're literally vandalizing a church.
You mean the speed freaks? Of course. The speed freaks. They have a fantastic sound system. And you think they would help me? I guess I could live through a week or two of peaceful coexistence. Sure. Let me know how it goes.
Hallelujah. 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 Ah! Everything's coming together. This is it.
Hi again. So, how are things going? Yes? What's the deal? We are grateful, Copman. You're an augury of a new era of anodic dance music. That's fine. We can manage. And what about the side business? Have you made up your mind? Oh man, really? You're a complete ballbuster. Fine, we can make do. It's going to take us a bit to move our stuff inside. A couple of hours maybe. Come check back later. Let's get moving.
Ayo.
Yeah, it's all set up, man. Can you already imagine 1,000 people in here? 10,000! Ecstatic vibrations, totally transcendent. And I've finished setting up the new compressor too. Now the only thing left to do is the name of the club. Will you do the honors, detective?
The name. Everything I managed to come up with sounds just wrong.
Andre's overthinking it.
Yes, you should do it, detective. It would be good for the signs.
Noid's right. You've helped us so much. It's the right thing to do.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't build a club, and I wouldn't name it either.
An underground place with no name? Sounds like something the Crabman would say.
We're not going with anything the Crabman would say.
Why not? The Crabman has ideas, herself. Ideas from another level of consciousness.
I don't care. I don't like the Crabman, and I don't like his ideas. His ideas are spooky. Next, please.
Spooky.
How about something simple? Like the club?
Too modern. And too ironic. We don't want ironic. We want real. Real and true and beautiful. Like a morning after the rave.
Hardcore.
Yakokata! Yakokata! The place to be!
Yeko Qatar, the zone of ecological catastrophe. That's too morbid, Egg. Got anything else?
Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega!
No, it has to be bigger than hardcore. Yes, it has to be even bigger than hardcore to the mega. It has to be bigger than the scene.
The amnesia.
Like the... I can't remember the name of the club, Amnesia.
Amnesia!
It's not amnesia, guys.
I don't.
Good. We have too many opinions anyway.
You have? Well, what's the name?
Disco Elysium. Fucking title drop. Oh shit. Oh, no truce with the Furies? No truce with the furries.
Like that DeLorean word for the world, you mean? Elysium.
Obviously, you gotta go with that.
But Disco Elysium, isn't it wacky? Disco's kind of gone, isn't it?
Incredible.
The past is the future, but the future is dead. No, it's beautiful. Beautiful and brave, like we want it to be.
And short. And memorable.
It's settled then. Everyone welcome to Disco Elysium.
Damn.
The wind brings some snow in from the broken gallery. It wraps you in its embrace, cold and luminous. You should return to the mural soon, to the one that said, tomorrow is just a whisper away. Andre breaks into frenzied dance-like motion to celebrate the name.
Is that?
Someone turns up the beat.
I'm dancing.
That soft core gyrating is supposed to be dancing?
Yes, my man.
Talk? What is there to talk about if you can express yourself with moves? Audio waves thump against your ribcage. The speaker setup makes everything sound much better. But
It's to express my individuality.
is that a bald spot? It's hard to tell for sure with the fused together spikes, but it looks like he's balding.
Or because I'm balding, yes. I want to fuse the remains of my hair together before it leaves me. I want to show my hair. I don't give a fuck how old you think I am. I'm 20, not 20.
Fair enough.
Maybe it was a bad idea. Anyway.
Savoir faire. Hold on. Savoir faire. Fuck the world. That's -1. We don't want that. Shiver. Shiver. That's minus. Minus. Minus, minus, Munis. Minus, munis, mins. Is this a white check or is this a red one?
Hey man, it's good to see you. Goodbye, officer.
Hold on. Savoir faire. Give myself a few chances.
Man, it's good to see you.
You close your eyes and
Easy as
look at
that.
your skull, leaving your brain to wonder, where did that little fluttering light go?
Total darkness. You sink down the darkest fathoms of your own personal deep, vertebrate by vertebrate, through the unformed skulls of your mind.
It's not what that says. It says spine?
Here it will begin. Who fucking cares? No, not good. Orgasme. Oh, don't worry. The music's still there. It's you who is gone. This is a pivotal moment. Try not to piss yourself. Nothing. Just the immaculate silence of your spinal fluid. Electrified.
It comes to you like a blue whale. You sense it stir the tranquility of the deep. A single note of bass passing through. Then it's gone. Back to El Silencio.
This is where the beat plunged.
I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every vertebrae in your spine is an unformed skull ready to pop up and replace the old one. Like shark teeth. The one you're currently in has a little brain forming in it, waiting for its turn to rule the world. I am the spinal cord.
The bone saw is ready.
From what I can see, it's about to bust a move.
Foolhardy, do you even know what's happening on the surface? Maybe 1,000 years have passed. Or maybe You started spazzing out like 2 seconds ago.
With your eyes still closed, the first thing you feel, all the way back in the pivoting darkness of your own torso, is warmth. You have become a triumph of rhythmoplastics, somewhere in a smelly wooden church on the coast of Revachol. The wounds from the war you waged on your body are healing, twist by twist, turn by turn. You have become a flawless interlocking mechanism.
What
flesh
the
and bone
fuck?
Approximation of the throb coming from the speaker setup of the one called Eggheads, entirely, rigidly imbecilic, without pity or fear. Free from self-awareness, no deliberation, only, and I mean only, execution.
Oh my god! No way!
With his reel-to-reel mixer blasting the anthem of a future that will never come, the young man observes your moves for a second. He throws a screwdriver and a bunch of drill chucks into the corner and explodes into dance. What he lacks in sharpness, he more than makes up for in violent enthusiasm. The young woman lifts her headphones up slightly and raises her chin, looking at you.
Asil? Aren't you going to dance?
No, recording.
The lead programmer throws the other young woman a knowing glance before turning her attention back to her own work. She's still at her mainframe, pressing buttons, reading printouts, but she started nodding her head along to the music. The young man immediately bounces up and down, then assumes the same dance pattern, embellishing it with some sort of waving motion.
What's going on here? Delinquents.
This is clearly a Code 31 emergency. The lieutenant squeezes the bridge of his nose. The lights reflect off his glasses. He's obviously having trouble adjusting to this new reality.
A Code 31 emergency? Really?
The lieutenant crosses his arms with a bemused look.
What's happening?
I have become dance.
Good for you. Rock on then.
Somehow, you manage to hear him sigh.
What?
Authority. Respects you outrank him, but it's so low.
Come on, hurry.
Did that just cheer him up a bit? Could be. It feels like the lieutenant cracked a little smile there.
42%. I really want this check. Fuck it. That didn't really help me that much.
Who's the one in charge? You are.
Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely, brother.
Are you kidding me? Get my what on?
Sheesh, okay.
Okay, you psychopath. I see what you're doing there. It's jacked up footwork, plus is that Ubi folk dancing?
Nah, it's not Ubi folk. It's hardcore.
Yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah? I did 15 years in the juvenile crime unit. I can do age inappropriate. Now, check this shit out.
The lieutenant begins to
Oh
hit
my god.
the church floor with such intensity.
These look
it's
like
reasonable to
Fortnite
think
dances.
He'll kick a hole right through it, causing the floor to crack and the pillars to collapse, bringing the church roof down on all of you.
The way the character models just like move in the air. They just like float like that. It looks exactly like a Fortnite dance.
It doesn't look like he'd give a shit either. The dynamic motion of your flailing body is bordering on the extreme. You're going off the charts. You feel as if turning on the hyperdrive would be a point of no return. Feels almost melancholy. Are you sure you have the entire posse along for this?
Here we go again! Hardcore fills the air! The sound above my hair!
The what now? The sound above your what?
Above my hair, man!
Okay, this is too imbecilic. Excuse me.
On the coast of the Martinez Inlet, in a small weather-beaten stave church, built 380 years ago by settlers from the Occident, most likely to guard against an anomaly at its center, an officer of the RCM is contorting his body into idiotically rigid shapes as he invents the future of dance music. It's the hardest anyone has ever danced.
I am La Revacholière. I am the city. I am a fragment of the world spirit, the genius Loki of Revachol. My heart is the wind corridor. The bottom of my air is red. I have 100,000 luminous arms. Come morning, I carry industrial dust and let it settle on tree leaves. I shake the dust from those leaves and onto your coat. I've seen you. I've seen you. I've seen you with her. And I've seen you without her. I've seen you on the crescent of the hill. The modulations of my voice are noted down with thermometers and barometers. You feel me in your nostrils, on the little hairs on the back of your neck. I also reside in your lungs and vestigial organs. Everywhere there is space. You are an officer of the citizens' militia, jaunt in rebut. When you wear your coat, you wear my soul. You move through my streets freely, in motor carriages and on foot. You have access to the hidden places. You also circulate among those who are hidden. I need you. You can keep me on this earth. Be vigilant. I love you.
An officer of the RCM is lying on the floor of a small church with his eyes rolled back and his tongue lolling out. Several others are standing around him. He slowly comes to.
Had a good rest there?
Fuck yeah! I bet you did. Those were some advanced moves, man.
That's all great, but we should really get going. We spent enough time doing aerobic exercise for today.
You might be imagining it, but it feels like Egghead turned the volume down. Such is his respect.
Man! Now, man! Now imagine if we could do that, right? But with like 1,000 people.
End of human development. Mission complete.
All right!
You're absolutely beat. Muscles relaxed and feet like noodles underneath.
Goodbye, officer.
The city of Revachol is in love with me?
She's whistling a melody.
Fuck my wife.
Contact mic attached to a wooden
I have
microphone. At the sound of your footsteps, she stops what she was doing and turns to you.
It's exactly like Constantine when he fucks LA. Remember? Anybody? Remember? John Constantine when he fucked LA? I think he you know, John Constantine, he may have fucked multiple cities.
Hey there. I've been recording some new audio from all these beams and rafters.
beans.
The sounds travelling through the wood are pretty cool. Creaks and stuff. Like you're underwater, you know? But like, underwater inside a tree.
Huh?
And yes, I'm being more like Contact Michael, right? Don't even bring it up. No. I actually wanted to thank you for getting me and my friends in here. And we even found some new associates, such as they are. Good, I think. Noid is getting a read on the place. I think he finds the carpentry very impressive. Andre's been setting up the compressor and dancing. Egghead's been keeping the party up. He's got the stage under control. Sorna, the programmer, she's doing whatever she does behind that radio computer of hers. She doesn't talk to us much, and the crab man hasn't shown himself, thank God. Sure, you helped us out. I can repay the favour. Ah, she's a bit odd, I have to say. Doesn't talk much. I'm not really sure how to vibe with her, you know? Seems like she's not in a very good mood most of the time. But earlier today she told me about Welkins, and she seemed oddly happy, like she had some idea with those little creatures. Some artistic idea. I didn't really listen, I was busy with my mic. Oh, the crab man. Still gives me the creeps the way he moves. But he doesn't actually come down that much, just climbs around the rafters. I just tried to stay away from the crab man. But he talks to Noid. They seem to have some thing going on. Beats me. Noid said they get along somehow. They're both crazy enough, I guess. Who knows? He doesn't really answer our questions, see? Not that it's easy to ask them. What are we supposed to do, yell up at the tower? Who do you want to know about? Andre? He's a cool guy. Doesn't really come off as one, but he is. To me, at least. He takes care of shit. Sorry. I mean, he's got a vision. For what life should be, you know? He tries to push things until everything falls into place. He's an organizer. Nothing. But then again, there's nothing to organise around here either. He really wants this church thing to work. Must have taken it as a sign when he found it abandoned like that. Said it was an augury. I don't know where he got that from. Andre's not super intelligent. I've never seen him so psyched about anything though. And he's often psyched. Looks sort of desperate, like it's his last chance or something. Or maybe he was just high. I mean, not that he does drugs, just high, you know? Yes. Anyway. Come to think of it, yes. He's in some kind of a self-destruction mode with that hair of his. Bleaching it like that. Probably wants to get rid of it altogether. Yes. Who do you want to know about? He's a four-burger, I guess, like the rest of us. Okay, maybe not Egg, I don't know about him, but Noid and the rest are from Forberg, making the pilgrimage up north to visit the Elysium. He's real hardcore about the lifestyle. What do you mean, do? Like, for a living? He's a carpenter, trained and all. He's very good, he just doesn't have the mindset to work like that, in a shop somewhere. He abides by the hardcore, sir. You would have to ask him yourself. Sir, I abide by the law. It's just something poor Forberg kids do every spring, to pass the time. We walk the entire length of Boogie Street, up to Jamrock, or as much as possible. I don't know, man. Have you been down Boogie Street? It's a little bewildering. No? Okay. Then you should go and take a look, I guess. Boogie Street is cool.
I'm also a raging
Got a lot of evidence and
fascist.
all kinds of different people.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Who do you want to know about? What do you mean? Oh, that. He's the party boy. Anodic music doesn't really do vocals in the traditional sense. Vocals are thought of as rock. That's to say they're a bit backward. No offense if you like rock music though. Rock music's cool by me.
You heard that new Knocked Loose record?
Pachoo, pachoo, swish. Your credentials as the resident future man of Revachol are being questioned. Show her you're hip with the times, Gramps.
Okay. Anyway, even if you don't have vocals, you still need someone to say something every now and then, right? To urge things on. That's where the party boy comes in. He basically just stands on the stage and dances and yells how awesome everything is. It's very catchy.
I understand. People are usually afraid to do things if others aren't already doing them. Dancing makes you dance, like sneezing makes you sneeze, or yawning makes you... Anyway. Yes, I suppose we did. Tore it to pieces.
What do you want to know? Actually, we don't know where he's from, or who he is, really. One time we were out partying somewhere in backwater Forburg. Or maybe even Coal City. I can't remember. Maybe it was Coal City.
The worst of the banlieues. A wretched heap of closed-down mines, even west of Jamrock, on the dusty slope of Montmartin, the remotest possible area of Revachol. No one even wants to exploit those people anymore.
Egg was yelling along to some jam someone was spinning, all night long. Just kept yelling until he didn't have a shred of voice left. When the sun came up over the mines... There were mines? Yeah, it was in Coal City. Egg came with us. He made this wheezing puppy dog sound all the way back. Couldn't even speak. It was definitely Coal City, because it took us 2 days to walk back to the fort. He just wheezed the whole way. We never really asked why he came with us, or who he was. I think his name is Jermaine. People are sweet.
You can see it must have been a great night. The memory causes her to go silent for a moment or two.
Who do you want to know about? Me? Again? I told you,
There's that phrase again.
It means I don't answer questions about myself. Is there a law that would stop me from...
That would depend on the circumstances.
Thank you. Sure.
Reaction speed. Actually, hold on. I'm getting the feeling that I'm rapidly, because of how rapidly things are wrapping up here with some of these quests, I'm getting the feeling that I'll probably end up beating the game. I could probably beat it today if I really pushed it. I don't really want to beat it today because today's stream has been like a fucking travesty. So...
Yes?
I'm thinking beat it tomorrow and then immediately start the next playthrough.
O pasaro de agint. It flutters by your ear. It's what the Zemoyaki, the Gradian community in Revachol, call a person who never breaks under interrogation. It's an organized crime term.
Excuse me?
She's attempting to remain calm, but the phrase made her flinch.
What do you mean? All right. My father was a Zemyaki. He died years ago. He was a bad man. Not a lot of good things to say about him and what he did. He bought the family a huge house, so we got to live, at least temporarily, in a giant castle in Jamrock. And then he died. What do you think? The competition came and took everything away. It was like in a war zone. So after his death, we had nothing left, and we were in danger. My mother had to change her name, mine too. We left it all behind. It was a stupid idea, and I'm still disappointed I came up with it.
Aren't there any local authorities who might look down on such activities?
I took that into account, of course. Coordinated the operation with the débardeurs. Else they might get unhappy. Not in person, but I let them know. You can't do anything without the fat ones getting wind. It wasn't too difficult to convince them, really.
Remember those bold, new exotic revenue streams? Everard said he was going to fund his harbour. You should go back and ask him about
You
that.
son of a
Good thing
bitch!
you ended that mess, though. I felt I was turning Dadwise into a corrupt business person. Unpleasant.
Come on, this is all fine. But you don't have anything on Everard now. That's not how these things work.
No, I don't think it would lead anywhere with Everard. He's just going to deny it.
Yeah. Have you seen Everard?
You got us in, cop. I can't believe you got us in.
With wonder in his sharp eye.
Between you and me, I don't know if you've noticed this about me. I'm a little suspicious of authority. But you really came through for the hardcore underground.
Yes, you really came through for the hardcore underground. How come?
The would-be leader is cutting some futuristic shapes on the floor, sweating profusely. A cell using her contact mic to listen to a tree underwater. The one with the large head is blasting the dance track on repeat, while the stained glass window behind him is rattling from the bass. Sire, the tent. 'Twas a security risk. And in here, sanctuary. 'Twas only noble of you.
Okay.
It's a miracle of carpentry. Dead bodies carved into total shapes. Now it can be something more. I don't say much anything as a carpenter anymore. They tried to make me into a reckoner and a leveler. Made me a bit manic, you know. I regret the time I dedicated to that profession and that worker collective. I say things more as a member of the hardcore side dance community these days. Why? You're a cop. I carry carpentry tools. That's right. The first settlers built it, plus 6 more like it, on the coast here. Was one of the first things they did. Must have been really scared of something, but I understand. Alone on an uninhabited archipelago, forced to face themselves and nature. Pre-industrial quantities of solitude. The sea, perhaps something more fundamental. I would want to build a safe place for myself and my own as well. A cop who's into building critique. Okay then, this is folk DeLoreanism, lawmongerer. It's a subset of early DeLorean architecture. Art of core. Total. Everything between an ancient concrete cathedral and a glass cube is DeLoreanism. This is just an homespun version of it. Folksy stuff. Early mass production. They made thousands like this. Does that help you out? Like that woman there. Vertical, thin, white. A false image of grandeur. The source of the system is up there. You're at the bottom. They really dug that power vertical. Like to show off large and intricate structures. Arches, spires. Put you down with them. They were really into painting everything white too. Virginal shit, you know. Marriage shit. Virtue and tyranny. Right. Stands to reason it used to be white on the outside before the sea wind took all the paint off.
Year after year, flake after flake, whitewashed clean, then covered in green moss, slowly peeled by the wind. Your skin crawls from the sensation as you look around.
Dead bodies of perennial plants. Sigma functions have left this place. It's a
Sigma?
good thing we came along. The spiritual collapse has been total. I saw some piglets suckling their dead mother. Have you heard this one, cop man? After a short while, they shuddered and went away. They had sensed that she could no longer see them and that she wasn't like them anymore. What they loved in their mother weren't her body, but whatever it was that made her body live. End of quote. This is an high-quality carcass. The power of anodic beats and hard bass is needed to reanimate it. A Sarais man who lived a long time ago, an ancient hardcore brother. A 3,000-year-old tyrannical regime of history, built and maintained by hundreds of generations of self-appointed intellectuals. It's false core.
The way he says it, the force in false core, is invested with 20 kilotons of disgust.
I only said unity. One word. Figures of authority always misquote you. Andre doesn't care about the Ecclesiastes. He just wants the operation to run smoothly. And Egg is a demi-beast. You shouldn't listen to what people say. You should listen to what they are. But were you wrong? The founding party is okay with everything. Look around. They don't have enough love for the human crew to oppose anything anymore. We're on our own. Anodic dance music. Regular dance music wasn't hard enough. And yes, I do. I don't. Fuck her giving me the evil eye. No wonder. We have to get rid of it. Dismantle it. Can't dance with a giant mass murderer looking at ya. Not a good look for the club.
Mellow, man, mellow. No one's a mass murderer. This is a house of love.
Mass murder on the floor!
She's pretty.
She invented the beauty you're feeling. She and her glass cutters and iconographers. You set the standard, alright. Then you meet it. It's effective like that, but it is also very soft of core. That so-called beauty of hers. In the true life of tomorrow, every woman will be an innocence. They will wear neon headbands and leggings, and they will glow in the dark. There is. She is a party repellent and must be taken down before we can begin partying in here.
The speed freak looks the same way. It is dark there in the back of the church. For a moment, the music echoes strangely.
No one says Arno van Eyck is a mass murderer. The anodic pioneer Rietveld is not a mass murderer. He is not accused of mass murder. Likewise, no one says Jermaine Egghead or Andre are mass murderers. You can live entirely outside that suspicion.
True.
Billions of people go about not being guilty of mass murder. Just not her. Humanism leads to eating sugar and pigs. Humanism was invented to mass produce billions of humans. Billions of humans can mass produce hundreds of billions of pigs.
You tried, brother.
And many, many more tons of sugar.
She liked games. Her legacy, the thing we live in, isn't real life. It's a strategy for some kind of victory against a long-dead opponent. But, yo, I'm only annoyed. What do I know? The world spirit does not have a body. It has organs. Hardcore is an organ of the world spirit. This Arno van Eyck track is an organ. The carpentry and glass cutting that built this house are also organs. She's a thief, if you ask me. An organ thief. All innocences are. I like this question, Cop Man. She did not live the life of a human. She lived like someone who's playing a game. The life of an operator. That's not the life that humans live. She was adored. Humans aren't. I don't know about you, but they hate me. And they do not think I'm innocent or some shit like that. Well, they loved her. They put all their love in her and forgot all about the rest of us.
What a strange choice of words. Caustic. Overflowing with negativity. That can't be healthy. What's happening here? Why do you keep coming back to this window? Well, you shouldn't. You shouldn't come back to this anymore.
The mass murderer? What? Okay. Odd to say, Cop Man. Signs in here are distinctly wild. Gonna take a while before everything.
The signs!
I did get to talk to the.
That movie's overrated.
Anyway, he's been giving me kind of a psychic rundown of this place. Dude's seen some crazy shit, but he's actually a lot like us. Have you been listening to what Egg's been saying? Love is hardcore, man. And the mother's love is the hardest core of all. The man picks up on stuff, and he knows a lot about the church. I got a lot to learn from him. Good thing you didn't squash him. The Crabman's been lurking here for a while. He's experienced things. Things that give off bad signs. As far as we can tell, the Ubies built this place about 320 years ago as a sarcophagus. Not like a literal sarcophagus. I'm just being metaphorical. Encasement, confinement, of something they were afraid of. Something new and unheard of on the Isla. I think that's what the Crabman is experiencing when he climbs around upstairs. Like, this is some old world shit the Ubies had heard about. I thought the best way to deal with it was to build a church, surrounding it, to contain it. I don't know. And it's not something they properly understood either. What it does.
Okay.
But it's what this Sona person is looking for and trying to measure.
I
It will
see.
be fruitless though. She won't be able to measure it. People like that always want to measure everything. All those things they really can't.
The wood creaks as a gale blows by. Outside, dust particles fall through the darkness, settling down on the age-bleached floorboards. The structure does not feel particularly durable.
No, it's pretty fucking unsound if you ask me. They should have built a club for anodic music around it instead. Anodic music will definitely contain whatever we're dealing with, and if it can't, well, seems to be the trend around here, doesn't it? You can't measure shit like this. It's not like substance. Like a concentric ring spreading out. The struggling villages. And that is what caused the communards to fail in defending the beachhead. Yeah, a lot of failure has gone down around here. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. It's not a thing we can answer, Copman. Even I have limits. I'm a limited size person. Maybe you can figure things out, Copman. I think we got on a good level here. The signs are syncing up well. They're hardcore. They're just clothes. It's just a style, you know, normal hard style. Anyone can wear it. Suspicious people are esoteric people. We don't go around spilling everything to Johnny Law. They don't call me
Johnny
Knight for
Law.
nothing. It took us setting out for this whole enterprise to get our signs synced. It's short for paranoid. It'd be easier to list stuff I'm not suspicious of. I'm not suspicious of sound and colour. Mechanics and chemistry also have a trueness about them. Most anything else deceives. Wants to steal your life away. I don't have a top 10 list of things I'm most suspicious of, but if I had one, the left-right complex would be number 1. Number 2 would be their sole accomplishment, the pig-wheat paradigm.
Something is off here. You feel like it should be the other way around.
No, politics is an inert complex of daily corruption and inane think pieces. The real paradigm is economic, and it concerns pig and wheat. This is where the innovation happens. It's only a theory, but I suspect they're breeding a pig-wheat hybrid. Probably in Grad. Mental illness is a term the powers use to homogenise people. I think I don't reach mental illness. I am merely politically ill. A suspicious element. I prefer not to. Both ask the wrong questions. Any spark of light from either one is accidental. Their combined movement's only concern is producing enough pig and wheat for everyone. The end goal of humanity. The original mistake was assuming that words have more being than bodies. That's what led us astray, far from our true lives, but we may yet find a way back.
Whatever this true life is, you feel it's the real centerpiece of this mythology.
It's our only shit. We should make better use of not being animals or cereal grain ourselves. Yes, having food is means to an end, but the left never talks about the end, only the means. Caps are likewise suckers, constantly sleepless in worry.
His eyes flicker.
The life is true if it's free from fear, an internal division among oneself. And others, mankind has seeds of greatness in it. A germinal will come, a return to trueness. It will be hardcore. Beats and bright lights to shatter falsehoods. Nerve impulses for the collective body. We are very much alike in basic structure. An hard enough beat would awaken everyone to a truer calling. In unity.
Just like that. The speed freak is right in your face. His eyes burning. His comrades look on worriedly. The young man is dead serious about this. Rejection of the right-left axis. Emphasis on unity. Appreciation of some primordial mode of being. What does that remind you of?
Nationalism, militarism, racism, and emphasis on a leader character are totally absent in hardcore.
He picks up a wrench and scratches his head with it, unaroused by fascism.
Many non-Occidental cultures share a beat at their art. Thus, they are closer to true, hardcore life. There's just never been enough of them, and they had to rely on some extremely basic percussion.
Lord of the Western Plain, it is really happening right here. The migrants are contaminating our youth.
Enough now, Noid. You have had enough fun bothering our guests with your crazy theories. Leave him alone.
Yo, man. What's on your mind? You sure that's a good idea? Those are some serious frequencies you want to mess with.
Come on, Noid. I think we owe him.
Asel's right. He's one of us now.
Guess it would be pretty soft core for me to say no, wouldn't it? Yeah, alright. But if you're going to sync up with them, you're gonna need a serious wave generator of your own. You understand what I'm saying? Not likely. Scoped that spot a while back. It's short-wave stuff, mostly commercial. Plus, it's all rusted out.
Build it ourselves! We built this nightclub, we can build anything!
Yeah, maybe. Tech-wise, radio's not the spookiest thing around. Our part's finding an antenna big enough to align with those megalo frequencies.
An antenna hardcore enough to shake the whole world!
Maybe not that big, but pretty big.
DeLorean Church! The place to be! Make some noise, my church people!
Vibrations thump through your blue soul. The music sounds much better in the church. A hawthorn tree on Rue de Saint-Ghislain Tangled in its branches, something bronze flutters in the wind. He stands on stage behind.
Not talking about the key? Bit late.
Music and waving his hand in the air. In front of him, the audio mixer. One reel spinning. The other reel deck is empty. Cables run hither and thither. On one side, you see an auxiliary line in with the number.
Yeah! Back on the case! No disgrace! Bring it down to party play! The first page of the second chapter!
Could it be? Maybe for him, you only have a chapter or two left in you. Last of the penultimate, more like.
Oh, whoops.
The mother of humanism stands above.
Humanism?
Yes, what is it?
What? What did you say? I can't hear you! The music is too loud! Oh, the project! It's not going well! There's that guy! I need him to plug a 3.5 cable into the auxiliary input so that I can route the audio signal through the mixer into the speakers. Egghead! A 3.5 cable! Into the auxiliary input! Okay? He doesn't listen to me! He only ever seems to care about hardcore and Yekukata! A place to be, apparently. Thanks. Maybe you can get through his magic rhymes. Let me know how it goes.
It's a paw! Yeah! Hardcore! To the mega! Yeah! I can route it through auxiliary. What kind of a cable does she use? Oh, she uses 3.5. Yeah. The auxiliary lining is 4.5 millimeter. These two don't mix.
Oh no, we're going to be in this church forever.
Don't worry, I have an adapter for it right here. Hang on, this is a 4.5. We're all good, people!
Whoa, thank God. Adapters noticeably degrade the sound quality.
Great! Someone got through to him. Okay, let's get it all set up. Can we turn the music off, please?
Everybody! Everybody! Don't panic! I'm going to turn off the Arno for just a sec. For a special scheduled event. The Arno will be back, but we're doing something else for one moment. Alright, go tell her that Egghead is ready to rave to her tunes. And
let's hear it!
Yes, what is it?
Okay, but think you can ask him to turn the volume down a bit? Just in case.
Maximum! Maximum is the only way!
I know it is, but could you please turn it down just this instance? Just this one time? Maximum is not the only way, okay?
Pump it to the brick! Pump it to the hard master! There's no other way! Glue style!
Glue style? Okay, there literally is no other way. The mixing desk is glued to maximum.
See? He pumps it to the hard master. It's hopeless. Of course it is.
Yeah! Permanent enlightenment! Ray of sound!
Never mind then. Let's get on with our project. I'm going to unmute the speakers on a count of 5. Everyone ready?
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air, waiting for the beat to drop.
Born ready.
Ready.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods stoically. Not so stoically, his hand moves to the gun holster.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mute disengaged.
I don't hear anything.
No wind outside, no waves, no floorboards creaking. Total, continuous silence. This is unnatural. The woman looks around. In the silence, you see dust move on the floorboards. The driver of the speaker vibrates in the air and then stops. Plasterwork begins to crumble down the walls. In the silence, a low hum starts creeping up your spine. It's a song inside you, not in the speakers, not in the room. A great bass sigh in the basement of your mind. Slowly, it builds.
Is it gonna shatter
air
the
around
glass?
you starts to vibrate. It's out there now, in the world, made manifest. It will devour everything. The floorboards, the glass, the streets and the people. Nothing will remain.
Guys, what's going on?
This fragile world is about to break.
It's getting louder.
In the basins, the water looks like it's boiling.
Hosiana, mother of Mega!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar, swallowing entire coastlines on its way. Salvation.
The beauty and the beat! The future of dance! Planetary!
No, Egg! It's the window!
In the corner of your eye, the lieutenant steps aside, cautiously, his eyes searching for a possible evacuation route.
The window is going to come down! No, the roof!
Cracks appear on the stained glass window. Cracks run up the wooden pillars in the dark.
Come down to us! Love!
It's shaking the building's foundation. The floor twists. A great pulse arises in your flesh.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Oh! I want to feel the heat with somebody!
Shit! It doesn't stop. A seal? Have you?
Yes, I've turned it off. Andre, pull the compressor. The place is gonna come down.
Fuck! I can't shut it up. The signal's passed. It's not in here. It's...
In the mixing desk now, building into a positive feedback loop. This is it. A great roar. The vault of the roof twists above you. Glass shatters somewhere near the door. It's coming down. And then it stops. Totally and utterly. As if there never was a sound. Only your ears still ring from the shock. Everybody is staring at Egghead, holding a dangling cable in his hand. A black 3-pin connector.
Egg.
I pulled the plug. It was getting too hardcore.
You did good, Egg. Most of the place seems to be intact. Fucking hell. Programmer lady, tell me you were recording that.
4 years. 22 people. Millions of reals. All that time? This is what we were up against. Just erased it. Suliswov isn't gonna believe this.
Yeah, but did you record it though? It was dope. I think we can use it.
Yes, Andre. I recorded it. Damn, I need to send some letters now. Thank you all for doing this. Eggman, you too. And you, officer. I don't know what we've discovered, but I know what it sounds like now. That's a start.
It was very hard not to. I think you're right. There is something going on here. And you need to be very careful with it.
I promise, officer. We will not play it again. It was mathematical information from the anomaly, presented as a waveform. That's what it was technically. Theoretically, I have no idea. I've never even heard of anything like this.
A voice seems muffled in the silent church. It's your ears adjusting after the exposure.
Yes, our lead designer. And maybe some of the producers too. And some of the writers. if they're sober enough to open a transmission. They need to hear.
That it wasn't her fault. Or theirs.
They need to hear about this. Don't worry, I won't send the recording. Although I doubt they have the speakers to produce the frequency anyway. Stay here. I'm going to stay here with these lunatics. Send letters, maybe meet Suli's
No, what the fuck is it? There's just a weird sound. Okay?
I want you to know that's totally chill with us.
I don't care, but thank you anyway. Now, I have a theory to come up with. Some kind of preliminary explanation to all this. Or the letter will sound like I've lost my mind.
Yes, and we have to get back to stabilizing Martinez. Instead of demolishing it with loud bass noise of unknown origins.
Some tiny hard thing lets go in your stomach. You're still alive.
Okay, first off, let me save, and then second off, I want to see what happens if I don't tell him to stop.
Yes, what is it? Okay, but Max, I know.
Pump it to the
Glue style.
See? Of course. Yeah. Never mind that.
Egghead pumps his hand up in the air.
I'm ready if you two are detectives.
The lieutenant nods.
I want to see if there's any difference.
Not so stoically.
4.
No, with the woman. Look in the silence. A low hum starts creeping up your spine. It will dip the floorboard.
Guys,
this friend
it's getting
in the basins.
Hussy up!
In his mind, a tidal wave approaching from afar.
The beauty
No!
In the corner of your eye.
The window is
Cracks a
come down to earth!
It's shaking the building. A great pop.
That's it. I'm muting it.
Beautiful
shit! Yes! Andre!
Fuck!
In the mix. This is it. But then it stops.
Okay, I figured that
There
wouldn't.
never was a sound.
Egg.
I pulled the. You did good, Egg. Yeah.
I promise, officer.
Yeah. Some tiny hard. You don't have to.
Wait, I don't want to hear this.
But the gradient.
I also.
Of course, I have got most of them.
Some of them might.
No, I don't want to. Spoilers. I just wanted to see. Stop talking. I didn't think I fucking clicked too hard, and I didn't think I'd pass.
Yes. What is it?
Logic. Okay. Cop of the Apocalypse. Logic? Vlogic? Vlogic? Bum 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 ba bum. I mean, that should be more than enough, right?
Yes. What is it?
97%. Yeah.
You don't have to. You already have. A long time ago. These thoughts.
Okay, I mean that's what I was thinking. It had to be something pale related, right? Surely. The way he's like losing his memories.
What? But Pale isn't here. We're thousands of kilometers from the edge.
She looks up into the darkness under the nave, then back at you. You have her full, undivided attention. The lieutenant's, too. He takes his glasses off.
Then, what is that?
It's nothing. No, it's less than nothing. No.
Then the Pale is... But the gradient, it clearly hasn't started yet. We're here, and the Pale is not. I understand. A theory of the Pale where instead of an outer ocean, it metastasizes. Like a cancer or a mold. Erupting in points inside the world. According to this, how long and information causing data losses in the East Insulindian front. Have you considered why it's formed in a church? And also when or how it might start growing, or if it has other effects in addition to sound and data?
I also have a question, since we are piling them on. How do you know this? I'm not doubting you. I'm simply curious as to how a detective of the RCM...
Of course! A pinewood sarcophagus, or a containment facility of some kind, built by the first settlers. I have considered the same. The bad news is, there were 7 pinewood churches built in the first decade of Revachol settlement. Most of them were burnt down during the revolution, or repurposed before, during the suzerain. I'm not saying all of them have one in them, but...
Some of them might. A black grain hanging in the air.
You think the presence of that puncture has somehow influenced the outcome of events here? Even say software development? I told the producers we need to go and move to a normal office building with amenities. But no, the artists like the milieu, the writers like the history. I told them. You mean Plaisance and the dice maker? There was almost no one left when we packed up. Then go tell her.
An amateur anthropomedic police officer. I'd like to say I've heard stranger things, but I'm not sure. This is a hell of a guess, however. Well worded, I might add.
Yes, it is very interesting. But I wouldn't say you know. This is a guess. One that's going to have to be proved by anthroponetic scientists.
She falls silent. The wind blows in through the hole in the stained glass window, cold and moist.
I'm going to leave that out. But the rest, some of this I can use to start to explain this to the rest of the team. Maybe I'll sound mad, but...
Man, you will certainly sound mad.
One more thing. Maybe a club for anodic music isn't the worst thing you can erect around this particular point in space.
Yeah! Once the light is on in the universe, it will never go out!
Thank you, Egghead. Let's leave it at that, shall we? We have an anthropomedic detection to perform in this district.
The creepy woman! We were wondering about that when we worked there, but I had completely forgotten about it ever since. It must be anthroponetic crosstalk, the one you get in radios and long-distance calls. Now it makes sense, with the pail right on the doorstep.
Incredible. This would also explain why we get it on the police radio all the time.
It's quite common, actually. When the signal gets routed through pail, all kinds of irregularities take place. You may hear snippets of someone else's conversation, or the voice of your former lover, or an echo of an event that took place 100 years ago. Pale is a shroud of memories, and it doesn't really distinguish to whom those memories belong to. You could hear anything. Anytime.
Does losing his memories have something to do with the pail? It must. That's the reason he can't remember anything. It's not just the drugs.
Yo, man, what's on your mind?
It must be connected to the pail, the reason why he can't remember anything. Then what would have happened? Maybe he climbed the church the night that he lost his memories or whatever.
Yo, man, what's on your mind? Yo, man, what's on your mind?
Close your eyes. Unfold your mental map of Martinez. It's morning. You're standing on the plaza before the whirling in rags. The wind pushes a piece of tear across the cracked tiles. From the north comes the malicious laughter of two children. Your eye follows the tiles west. You see a bench and a few twisted, pitiful trees. Then, just water. From behind you, a low, spectral voice whispers, "Nay." Beyond the unkempt backyard rises a monstrous assemblage of concrete, plaster, and corrugated sheet metal.
The voice on the radio, or the voice in the microphone also talked about forgetting. So is it possible that he forcefully removed his memories?
The voice again, more urgent now. Nay. You turn around. The morning sun is blinding. You bring your hand to your brow, and a great shadow materializes before you. A towering beast, frozen in mid-air.
Centaur Man is made of metal. With the right gear, we could make it work.
Yeah! Connect the centaur to the lorries! Unite the whole roundabout in hardcore way!
Huh? Sounds like Egg saying you could use some of the spare cables to rig up the stalled motor lorries and increase the wavelength. Which would pretty much make the old roundabout one giant antenna.
One roundabout! One wavelength! Hardcore!
Probably the biggest antenna in all of Revachol West.
We have the amps! We have the cables! We're almost ready! Yeah!
Yet again, we go back to the, is this a post-apocalyptic story, or is it an alternate reality? Because in my head, I was like, it can't be post-apocalyptic, because even though the Pale does sound maybe perhaps like something that would come after, you know, we've blown ourselves up, you know, blown the world up or whatever. Why would it end up being like so incredibly similar in terms of history, but like slightly different in terms of naming and stuff, but like the same political things? And I thought it was just like, yeah, obviously it's just like a big one-to-one alternate reality thing. But now, if the Pale literally takes memories and essentially spits them back out, then I guess it would make sense that things that happened in our reality prior to this, things that happened to us, you know, political ideas that we came up with before the world was destroyed, was eaten by the Pale essentially and then spit out in such a way that it's similar yet different. I'm wondering if there's gonna be some sort of timey-wimey twist to the game. Maybe he actually is Kraz? You know what? You know, it's interesting. I don't know how far the game's gonna go with it. Because it could go, like, fucking nuts with it, right? Whereas, like, I'm one of those people, Harry's one of those people that has been, like, his memories, his whatever, his experiences has been eaten by the Pale and spit out. He's you know, but for some reason maybe he has like a deeper connection to it than other people. That's why the city speaks to him. He can almost like relive his past or something. He actually is Kraz. He can like see those memories. Or maybe I feel like Harry has to have intentionally engaged the Pale at some point. Then there's no way his complete memory loss and the Pale is a coincidence. But he woke up in his hotel room, which is quite far away from the church. We don't know exactly what Harry did, or I don't know at this point.
He's right. All we're missing now is the transceiver itself. Soon as you find one, we'll be all set. I don't know. Buy one? Steal one? I don't know your cop ways.
And before you ask, no, you can't have the radio from my kinema.
Yeah, probably. Thing is, you'd have to be an engineer to get it out. I'd stick with regular radios if I were you. Some equipment from Arbor could work. Worth the legwork at least.
The office near the harbor? What? Where?
Maybe. If you want to pay money like some kind of money lord. Yeah,
Money
pawn
lord.
shop could have one. Can't do it. We just got this place set up.
I highly doubt that. When I crank the volume on my dyno wave, it's like you're in the front row at the National Concert Hall. Joke all you want, detective. Whatever radio you manage to scrounge up won't lay a finger on my setup.
A cop-on-cop challenge. Not bad. Let's see what you come up with. Though I have to say, cop cars and lorries usually pack the best equipment in town. While you're gone, me and Egg will get the rest of the gear together. Meet us back here when you got it.
Dedicated, hyperactive, unified. You will have to add something of your own to
You know, at
understand
first-
this list of loosely formed qualities called hardcore. You need your own entry. Make
I suspected that... Well, so what I wanted to do for the second playthrough was I wanted to do like a Shivers focused. I'm pumping all the fucking drugs, physical, inland, whatever, inland, island, whatever the hell that one is. All the weird shit, right? All the vibey shit. Convince Kim the whole thing is like a sex a sex thing. I thought it would be like a fun alternative way to view the story, but it seems like no, it's the actual story. The actual real story is seemingly given to you through the Shivers.
Jumping around, as this sort of music requires, is actually a taxing physical activity and should be dignified with a sports suit.
I am the law. I want to have fuck with you.
Start the war. Hit the floor. We need more. An army of hardcore. Yeah.
Oh, the god of dancing. Goodbye, officer.
Still can't talk to Tiago, huh? You're saying workshop near the harbor? Is this the harbor? Also, there is one more call to make on this. I guess I better do that.
Under a yellow plastic dome. There's a bitter. You dial the number again. In the middle of calling. It looks like she doesn't want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her. Come on, you know why. Calling.
Harry, please. Please.
Phone disconnect tone. You dial the calling, and calling for. The cold metal is hard and hurt.
Our tenant, the police. What more do you? Yes.
The sea's gonna calm down soon. I can feel.
Tiles on the cube. It's empty. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment. Nothing. Something's missing. Like a smooth draw, the speaker.
Good afternoon. Please repeat. Is this the production? Thank
Tiles on the cube are still. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? I thought we agreed that the curse isn't real. I'm listening. Excuse me? A 2mm hole in reality? This can't be true.
I'm afraid it is, ma'am. Sona Lukanen killed the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident made the discovery.
Sona is involved in this? So it's even worse than I thought. It's not just the commercial area that's cursed, it's the entire world.
She looks outside the window where daylight has filled the yard.
Just Martinez? In any case, thank you for stopping by. It's good to have an answer, even if I can't claim to understand it fully.
Givers.
A gust of cold air sweeps through the chimney. The stones and minerals on the shelves rattle as though agitated. For a moment, it almost feels as though you're outside the building, exposed to the atmosphere.
Didn't we already talk about this? What are you talking about? My address is exactly the same. Rue de Saint-Guilain 10.
No, the old coal plant that used to be here was subsumed into the new venture. Its ruins swallowed up. Yet it has a different address in the heart of the city.
This doesn't make any sense. Are you saying my business was spared because of a technicality? Where is this coming from? You're right. I should take a trip. Does it mean that I'm safe from failure?
She starts laughing, her fingers trying to rub away the exhaustion from her face.
Do you know what this is? It's a mourning ring. I made this when my first company failed. It was a small jewelry shop right here in the East Delta Commerce Center, built with the little I inherited from my parents. I drove it into the ground within a year. I didn't have what you would call a viable business plan. It wasn't just the jewelry shop either. I always thought that it was just the world that you were supposed to try again and again until you finally succeed. And now you're telling me what? That it was all because I didn't run my little shops and ventures from a dump inside an abandoned chimney? Yeah. Or maybe it's the entire world that's cursed. It's such a precarious place. Nothing ever works out the way you want it. That's why people like role-playing games. You can be whoever you want to be, you can try again. Still, there is something inherently violent even about dice rolls. It's like every time you cast a die, something disappears. Some alternative ending or an entirely different world.
Yeah.
But anyway, thanks for sharing your theories, officer.
That's why I prefer a Fallout system of guaranteed passes if you put the correct points, rather than a dice roll. I feel like a dice roll, the inherent chance that every possible roll could succeed, regardless of whether or not you've actually geared your character in a way to make yourself advantageous to that particular check, inherently, in my opinion, limits the replay value of the game and actually limits the role-playing possibilities. Actually? Certainty breeds uncertainty. You know what I'm saying? course, I understand.
Looking for something, Hunt?
Gotta smoke? Nah, I'm good. I don't want to smoke his damn cigarette. Hey, buddy. Who's the third one? Office near the harbor. Office near the harbor. Office near the harbor. Va? Yeezy's harbor? Are we talking about... Are we talking about... Are we talking about... over here? You'd think this is the harbor, right?
This door is made no one.
Let's go.
What the fuck? Do what I want to. I can't think of an office off the top of my fucking head anyway that you can actually go into? Hello? Were we talking about this?
The whole thing.
I think it's interesting story-wise that there is actually like a metaphysical explanation as to why the businesses are failing. That it wasn't just bullshit, it really was true. That there is like actual like a hole in reality. Not necessarily the cause of every business failure that ever has been, but there is actually like a real concrete crazy thing that's happening. Oh, this. Okay. I didn't even think about this.
There's usually a little switch somewhere.
The lock disengages with there's nothing obviously remarkable about it. If this transceiver were a person, it would be an accountant at a large logistics firm. Perfectly competent, but unexceptional.
I don't think the people...
The transceiver appears slightly hurt by your comment.
It doesn't, frankly. Don't get me wrong. This appears to be a fine transceiver for a general audience. but it's not something a serious radiohead would use.
Then it's not the one we need.
Show me what, detective?
With its transceiver gone, the radio... The payphone hangs...
Oh yeah, I need to talk to Everhart. I completely forgot about that.
You're back before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here.
I like that, and I also dislike it. Because I had assumed that like a second playthrough would lead to more a second playthrough would be giving a reasonable but obviously kind of fucking nuts crazy explanation to all the shit that was the very obvious shit that was happening, right? That through my drinking and the shivers stuff, and I would just be saying crazy shit all the time, and I would somehow get to the truth of it all, but sort of by virtue of almost luck. So the fact that you're actually just still quite literally correct when you're talking all this crazy nonsense is honestly kind of slightly disappointing to me. Perfectly adequate. But I'm still gonna replay it, of course, so we'll see what happens. Let's see. We shall see, shan't we? What is this? Rhetoric? Rhetoric? 7?
You're back before the cargo container. And... You're back before the cargo container. Despite the dirt that surrounds and trails you, a beacon of light emerges from deep within.
God.
The door stands silent.
Satisfied, detective?
Try again. Just like that, you hear a click, then a rattle. Some mechanism unlocks itself inside the door.
Ahoy! Come on in!
You can't be serious.
What? What the fuck?
The man stands at the far end of the shipping container. It's hard to say anything more about him. You cannot make out any of his details, but you do feel the overwhelming presence of capital. The feeling causes all the hairs on your body to stand at attention, like soldiers preparing for review. Something's amiss. The light beams bend around his face and scatter in 1,000 directions. It seems the laws of physics do not apply here. They are suspended, distorted, and echo. Trying to visualize the physics at play is liable to give you an aneurysm. Don't think about it too hard. In the general stillness, only your tongue moves, flickering as you utter.
Welcome. Come in. Make yourself at home. Sorry, I'm not better able to receive you. I wasn't expecting visitors today.
You can't hear him exactly, yet you're able to understand every word he says. It is very strange. An overwhelming hum covers everything.
Now, what can I do for you, gentlemen? Who am I? Oh, I haven't been asked that question for such a long time. I
don't meet a lot of people outside my circle these days. Anyhow, my name is Rustam Theodore, investor, license holder, and extremely high net worth individual. And you are?
Mr. Theodore, I am Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi of the RCM, and this is my partner.
Pleasure to meet you, Harrier Dubois. I must admit, the name suits you very well.
Oh Lord, not this again. We have a murder to solve, and yet you go around bothering everyone about money, arguing that you think it's somehow related to the case. And yet, it never seems to get us any closer to solving the case.
Okay, bud.
It's quite alright. I'm used to the question by now. To be blunt, I inherited my fortune from my grandmother, who herself was an extremely high net worth individual back in Graz. All I did was take her fortune and invest it prudently. Believe it or not, it takes more than a bit of skill not to blow a vast fortune on sailing boats, bad choices, and unsupervised state policy.
I don't know about that.
Actually, at the level this guy is, it takes several generations to do that. But, alright.
I gotta tell you, at first, being rich is a lot of work. You've got to work hard because everything's so darn expensive. You know, prices increase exponentially at this income level. But then, once you've reached my position, it's nearly impossible for me not to make money. My assets are so diversified that I'm bound to come out ahead no matter what. Some of my lower net worth friends say to me, but doesn't that take all the fun out of it? And I tell them, not really. Precisely, Mr. Dubois. You know, I hear people talk sometimes about economic equality and fairness, but tell me, where would we be without liberalism? In caves, whacking each other with bombs. A nightmare scenario, a world of slavery and violence. Which brings us back to the essential truth of modernism. Where we are right now, the freedom of mankind can only be derived from the free flow of capital. It is truly, it's almost entirely carefree. It really leaves you time to better yourself spiritually.
Hey, all this talk about money has made you lose the thread. What is going on with the light in this place? That's what you need to ask him about.
What do you mean? Are you talking about my chin? Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I've heard of this effect, though I've never witnessed it myself, of course. It has something to do with our Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient is a ratio designed to reflect the difference in net worth between individuals. When the coefficient is close to 1, or 100%, it means one person possesses all the net worth. Among that group of individuals, it's been observed that when the Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient reaches about 0.96 or so, the laws of physics begin to bend around the high net worth individual.
Okay.
The Weiss-Wiesemann coefficient for you and this individual appears to be 0.9998, repeating. That's not good for you.
Among other things. But calm down. I'm but a lowly single-digit billionaire. No, not really. There are actually quite many digits.
I see nothing of the sort. To be frank, all I see is a gentleman who's unusually well dressed for Martinez.
Oh, I get it. Kim, you fucking...
Imagine that does look strange to you. My container. Traveling. This is a great way to get around.
Kim's a motherfucker, he's got money.
And it gives me lots of time to think. By the way, let me now ask you a question. Where are we exactly? Ah, Revachol. I remember walking its streets as a teenager. There used to be a bowling alley in Stella Maris. I wonder if it's still there. It's a shame I can't get out.
What is my money?
Myself. One of the downsides of being an extremely high net worth individual is that mobs of low net worth individuals are constantly banding together to ask for money. There simply aren't enough hours a day to hand out all the handouts. It's like feeding seagulls. There are always more, and they never seem to do anything interesting with it, except more seagulls. Spending money is a matter of desire. I'm sure you agree. I don't have the desire for spending it like that. Smart, you know? It also provides a means to hide from all the targeted advertising we extremely high net worth individuals are constantly subjected to. Luxury yachts, high fidelity portable radio systems, fail-proof outerwear, and so on. It just gets a bit middle class after a while. A bit bourgeois. What? No, I didn't say that at all. Being rich is great. Just don't tell anyone I told you that.
Could you please stop asking everyone for money? It does not reflect well on the RCM, and to be perfectly frank, we can't afford to look worse than we already do.
It's perfectly alright. Based on your appearance, I can tell I'm dealing with a smart man. As you may know, us high net worth individuals don't have a lot of cash on hand. Investments and liquidity are enemies of one another. I think they only have coins for coffee machines. Here is 3 real. How much can you get for this? Yes, I'm sure. You know, maybe you can make that money grow. Come up with an investment plan. How's that sound?
Civilization. Ah.
Thanks for stopping by.
Yes?
Oh, hey, mister. I need no trouble at all.
So, the ship has sailed. Did you see it? I know you did. Tell me, what did it look like as it grew smaller and smaller when that mainsail dropped behind the horizon?
There's a mean little light in its eye.
Did it look like a germ? Did it look like a piece of bacteria?
Oh my god, you've been played.
That this is a takeover? That I want a war? God, I hope you also told her about the drug trade. They absolutely hate getting their hands dirty with that. You can kill 1 million people, but if you do something the police doesn't like, well, then you're out of the yacht club. Goodbye, you inhuman fuck. No, no, Harry. What we have is real. We're working men. This here is real. Harry. I can't see into the future. We are all playing by ear on this planet. I had no idea she'd react so strongly. I did. I knew the negotiations would go better with police officers telling her horror stories from inside the harbour. It's scarier this way. Turns out it was a magnificent strategy. I never thought it'd so fundamentally fuck her up. Harry, I bugged her cabin. I bugged her whole boat. I had cameras surveying her boat. Hell, I even wanted to bug that thermal cap, but my boys advised against it.
They must have done it while Joyce was busy questioning the locals.
Not me personally. I had guys recording and processing this information for me. Hell no! They'd fuck it up. They can't do anything right. I mean my real boys. My special task force boys.
Where are these boys?
They sure as hell aren't hanging out in the open with beers in their hands for the cops to question. They're pros, Mr. Kitsuragi. Harry, you made a conscious decision to relay that information to her. You could have kept it for yourself. Of course she did. Rich people have the best stories about all the interesting things they've done and seen, all the beautiful places they've been to. It's just sentimentalism. She can afford to be sentimental, and she can afford to lose as well. Against you? Oh, Harry, I'd like to think I used it for you.
It was interesting. No arguing against that.
She's not insane. What did she tell you? No, she's not. She's a sentimental alcoholic. They all are. Never take a drop and you'll be 8 laps ahead of those upper-class winos. Just like old Mr. Clare here. Try it. You'll be a real super detective. I can see that, Harry. Alcohol has left its marks, but you're doing better than when I first saw you. Rich man is shitting himself. The working class sober. What was always going to happen? We take the harbour and she fucks off to Ozon, uncorks a bottle of wine, calls her partners, and says they need to distance themselves from this nasty business before the big shit spinner splashes everyone. Only difference is the Union doesn't have to lose 2,000 men to machine gun fire.
She was my beautiful lady. I mean, it was a good play. Can't deny it. It is true. This is gonna end up like. I mean, what's the alternative? She comes back with her fucking hit squad and a bunch of people die. Or he backs down and the workers probably lose out because of the fucking step that he took. He's still a dickhead, though. She was my beautiful lady.
That it will, Harry. That it will. As to the bad taste, please, you're not a sommelier, you're a cop. You knew something. Something big. And you wanted to see what happens when you tell someone. So you told her. Anyone who's ever been close to power will tell you, inside information is the sweetest thing in the world. It's better than money. It's better than pussy. Money only makes you special for some salesmen. Pussy only makes you special for yourself. Information makes you special for all mankind. It's the ticket to history. Right on, Harry. What you did was participate in history. When history calls, you have to pick up. You had no choice. None of us ever do. A hard disco cop like you, I knew you weren't one to resist temptation.
You know what, detective? I am going to leave this out of my report, and I suggest you leave it out of yours too.
Just look at the three of us. The three careless boyaderos. Good times, good times. Now there's a whole lot of work to do. For me and for you. I suppose there was a reason you came here, so let's get to it. What can I help my best friend and comrade with today? What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any jolly fat guy, but I can't take slander. Are you actually investigating this?
The reaction appears to be sincere, but It's impossible to tell with this guy.
You've hurt me, Harry. Me, a friend. But you know what? I trust you, like I trust all my friends. And I know you'll never talk to me about this again, because you don't want to wound me. So do what you want, and let's change the subject.
He's hiding his real reaction beneath courtesy.
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what...
You too, Lieutenant. You know, I like you, but you never were my favorite. I'm a Harry guy. I'm Team Harry.
None taken. Did we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Mega rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there? Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega rich light-bending guys.
There was a guy in the container, but he didn't bend any light. That was in the detective's head.
No, it wasn't.
Honestly, guys, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbor, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega rich. I have a reputation to protect. No, they're not. They're vermin, and one just found a way inside my container. Soon, he'll bring the others. All 3 of them. Thank you for telling me. I'll see to this immediately. I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Funny.
Funny. She was trying to set up a narcotics operation in the old church on the coast.
Oh, that a Sal. Yes, I do seem to remember sending a pretty young thing down there to liven up the place. Get some melodic music in there. Amphetamine lab? That sounds very immoral and debauched. Frankly, a health risk. But what do I know about kids these days? The music they listen to, the drugs they do while they listen to that music?
It sounds to me like you are trying to start an amphetamine lab in the district. And you're using some delinquents you found God knows where to set it up and run it for you.
Found God knows where? That Cell is the daughter of Miko the Kebab. A man who once killed a guy with a kebab.
A kebab?
I think a daughter of a man who killed a man with a kebab can handle running a little nightclub, don't you? Maybe it was Bogovir. Or Jakub. I think it might have been Conrad. A nightclub? Harry, I'm an old-fashioned guy. After work, I like to listen to some rock and roll music and have a non-alcoholic lager. Nightclubs don't interest me. But here I am, talking about myself, when you have much more important things going on. Tell me, Harry, how can I help you? What? Did I? Well done then, Harry. I like not knowing about it, and I'm sure you made the right call. I spend the whole day delegating tasks, and it's a great relief to see people taking initiative. I don't even want to know what all of that means. Brew, shady, alcohol, turned off. I'm gonna let the world surprise me. I'm always happy to educate and entertain you, I sure do, Harry. Drug trade? Now you're being stupid, Harry. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Summer and Isola. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities. The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column. We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So your sick kid can get his Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperazole.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually
Apricot again! What does it mean?
Is used to treat severe psychosis.
And the kids on the street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
Yes, yes, of course. And while you're doing that, please go ahead and also tell the Wild Pines. I want to hear them squeal from the indignity.
Nothing in his features betrays any concern.
Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight. Harry, the length you're willing to go to keep your nose clean is remarkable. You will always have a warm bed in Mr. Clare's household, my friend, and a special place in the future of Martinez. We're way past specific union members now. You can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
Very nice, Harry. Most certainly. By all means.
Oh, so click. Clickety, 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 clickety.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew. Sure, mister. Absolutely. I'm always willing to help out nice fellows such as your... Mr. Evrat doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about? Mr. Edgar is Mr. Evrat's brother. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South South, left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
It's silly.
South Safari. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made too. The trade must have been lucrative for the trip to be so long.
Who do you mean, mister? I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people.
Welcome back, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
Deploying high-concept buzzword generator. All systems functional.
Buzzword generator.
In 3, 2, 1. It's time to disrupt the future. You've got to stay lean, innovative, and focus on what matters most.
The children.
A youth center, huh? What kind of youth center?
Come on, tell him what he wants to hear.
Brilliant. Without children, who'll be there to buy stuff in the future? When life closes a door, it opens a window, yes? What's the expected return on this?
You're deep into ultra-liberal territory now. Good work.
Very impressive. You've got a natural eye for unusual investment opportunities. I don't normally do this without a formal pitch deck, but to hell with it. What's the point of being rich if you have to follow all the rules? Here's the round of seed funding. This should be enough to prove out the concept and get things off the ground. Remember, it's not a handout. It's an investment, and I expect to see returns.
The lieutenant stands there, dumbfounded. His mouth opens slightly, then closes again. Is he having a stroke?
No, I'm not having a stroke. You're just still full of surprises. Most of them bad, but some good.
The lieutenant has granted you an aura of legitimacy. Bathe in it.
Hell yeah.
Know to let your satisfaction show.
Now, was there any farewell?
Well, that's an easy way to get fucking insane amounts of money. Holy shit. That is easily the most money I've had this entire game. Maybe that'll be enough money to buy the super cool fucking radio, too.
The payphone.
Hola, wandering man.
Hola. Who is this old woman? What is her name? What does she want?
A lorry stuck. The window. Fumes.
What the fuck does she want from me? God damn it! Well, let me go here first. Oh, the stupid flashlight. God damn it. Get out my gun. Get out the fucking gun.
Hello, hello. A transceiver, is it? Yeah, we should have something to do the trick.
He produces a machine encased in a blue bakelite shell. Its black face covered in an assortment of pearl-topped knobs and dials. The lieutenant whistles a long, quivering note.
A genuine crystal sprach. This is a connoisseur's model. Good for picking up foreign
Oh, so you'll say.
The Model 9 also comes equipped with a signal purifier.
Sounds exactly like what I need.
Especially good around here with our funky reception.
In other words, it will put even the lieutenant's beloved diner wave to shame.
It's about
Oh, 120!
And we're only asking 120 real. You'll be back again. I've got a feeling. Sure, let me have a look. Oh, no. A photic path?
You have absolutely no idea what aphotic paths are, but the tattoos on the man are not that.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Well, that gives me the money right away, I think.
Another time, perhaps. For the moment, Yeah, you won't regret it, officer. Whatever you need, the Model 9 can handle.
The lieutenant watches you take the transceiver with barely disguised envy.
Not at all, Detective. A Kristallsprach is a fine piece of equipment.
That's
but I'm
right.
not satisfied with my
You bitch.
Oh, he's totally jealous. He can barely hold it in.
You've surprised me more than once during the course of our investigation, but I have to say, it still seems like a remote scenario.
The pawnbroker turns from you to the...
We're glad to hear it.
Typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted...
700 real. A bargain, I dare say. Hey, I don't... 700, the light.
The light has been removed and rewired.
The most important...
Okay, that checks out. The light pole. This would make...
Yes.
His manner is...
It was...
We are not here. You have to admit it's rather clever.
It was brought...
We are not here. You have to admit it's...
I'm still like, how on the earth would you have enough money for that? What could you possibly do to get 700? Like, even with everything. Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna buy this too. I think it was 50, right?
The speakers below...
Super!
The sneakers seem to...
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that modern garbage. You coming back? Everything's... The shine on these sunglasses lasts a lifetime. Good shot, man.
Oh.
Man, shut up, Renee. Nobody likes you, brother. Get the fuck out of here.
Her voice is...
Anything else I can help with, officer?
I just wanted to see if Alice could do anything for me. Because she's never done anything for me. She's useless. Alice! I hate you, Alice. I hate you. You're the worst. How dare you do this to me? Yeah, we're definitely finishing this game tomorrow. The stream today has been a bit fucked, but that's okay. I'm still having fun. Despite technical difficulties. I mean, really, it's only just TikTok Studio. I don't know why the hell they've managed to fuck their app up. How big companies can... I mean, I guess they have other things on their mind, but why are they still releasing an update then? Regardless. I had a security update on my Android phone. We have like the Galaxy models. We get like a free one with our phone plan. I don't know what mine is. I never get the latest one because you have to pay for those, but if you wait like 2 or 3 generations, they give you like the older ones for free. And there was like a security update. It actually like bricked my fucking phone. The touchscreen on it just stopped working. I couldn't use it for like a day or two until they rolled out another security update that fixed it. I don't know how in the fuck you massive company like Android or Google roll out something that is so fundamentally flawed that it literally just doesn't work. But they mass roll this shit out? Like, what? How does that happen? It's also possible, by the way, in relation to the TikTok ban specifically.
Listen to it.
First of all, it's not like the app would die if it actually does get banned, because it's literally only America. The app is still incredibly popular in Japan, Britain. Americans make up a good chunk of it, of its content, but it's not like solely dependent on American usage if it gets banned in America. But if it gets banned, it would just be from the app stores and whatnot. If you already had it on your phone, you would still be able to use it. You just wouldn't get any updates anymore, and if you uninstalled it, you probably wouldn't be able to get it back. There was a similar situation that happened with PT, if anybody remembers that game. The Kojima game, the Silent Hill game that never was. Where once he got fucking canned by Konami, they did away with PT. You literally just couldn't get it anymore on the PlayStation Store. And since there was never any, since it was a demo, there was never any physical release of it. And essentially, once they removed it from the store, if you didn't already have it on the PS4, there was no way of getting it. People actually started selling PS4s with PT on them. I think a similar thing happened like with Nintendo. There's certain apps that Nintendo has that they like eradicated from the fucking earth.
Yo, man, what's on your mind? So your cop ways came through again. Impressive. Let's see what you got. Didn't know cops made that kind of loot, huh? This is a brilliant piece of equipment. Maybe even too brilliant.
Shut the fuck up.
Feels out
No
of
way.
step with our whole operation.
He wants to keep it at a distance. He's afraid of what powers are contained therein.
All right, Lawfarer, we're ready to do this. I have to warn you, though. Once we commit, there's no stopping until we...
I still don't know what, I don't even know what the purpose of this is. Well, how does this fit into the overall narrative? I have no idea.
This is our shot. You got it. So
Sure.
any cop prep you got to do, you do it now. We'll wait if we have to. Don't sweat that. Egg found something down near the waterlock. Some maniac abandoned a perfectly good power source.
That maniac is obviously you, which makes the power source your half-sunken Caprice 40.
That explains why it was covered in cop colours. Whole thing's totaled. But lucky for us, the engine on the back is still perfectly good. All I have to do is run a cable. How should I know? It's up to everyone.
At the very least, you should make sure you're wearing a good pair of gloves.
Personally, I'm gonna make sure I've got a steady... Do what you have. Hardcore shot! Like Egg said.
A good pair of gloves, you say? Funnily enough, I have the Fairweather 2000 blah, 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 blah. Oh, I can sell these too. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Oh my god. Bum 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 bum. Where's my I never did find the pants, huh? Which is unfortunate. Maybe she has the pants. Maybe she's wearing the pants in the relationship. Oh boy. I think we're good. Surely.
Yo, man. Rest of the...
Much love to my hardcore antenna brothers!
Good luck, guys.
Fuck you.
Try to squeeze in a promo spot while you're on air. We've got to start putting the word out.
Back across the waterlock. At least we are getting our exercise in today.
You can grab that amplifier, officer. And you start spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
Dun, 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 dun. So we're connecting this to all the burnt out cars or whatever, and the stone statue in the middle to make a giant antenna, so we can send out our broadcast. For what exactly? What's the point? Send out the fucking recording of the void.
Just plug that in.
Accelerate the destruction of the earth.
It's done. I believe we are ready.
Yeah, as ready as we're gonna be. Grab one of these can sets, both of ya. I've got it rigged so we can all listen, but only your cop talk will broadcast. No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on, so be prepared for anything. Trick is to keep transmitting your request until the big bad acknowledges ya. You got that? Honestly, that might be for the best. Like I said, the signs coming off this whole project are seriously uncharted. Don't know how much juice we've got, so we better get to it. You ready? Good. We're live in 2, 1...
A soft rustling between your ears, a winterscape with fast falling snow. Every light switch, every motor carriage, every doorbell, tea kettle, and radio in Martinez, all mingled with electrical interference caused by scattered thunderstorms over Ozone.
Hey, Lawman, we're waiting on ya.
Worship Archer, this is Officer Tequila Sunset.
You're all alone out there, wandering a blasted heath. Calling, the lieutenant looks up at you with a nervous glance. Nervous for who, though? You cannot say.
Give it another go.
Perhaps you're simply imagining it, but it seems as though you're learning to pull apart the fibers of this auditory felt. You focus on one strand in particular, one that sounds very nearly human.
Nein, Liebling, das lasse ich nicht zu. Wie kannst du unseren Jungen bloß auf einen dieser Dinger nach Bredefort schicken? Marianne, mir erzählt, dass Oscar nicht mehr, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Grad zurückgekommen ist. Halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal. Aber sie hat das Gefühl, seit seiner Rückkehr mit einem Fremden zusammenzuleben.
Something about her son going to Bredefort on an aerostatic to see some psychologists. Or maybe the psychologists are saying it's normal to have feelings for strangers. Foreign languages were never your strong suit.
Liebling, bitte. Er ist unser einziges Kind. Er kann doch auch nächstes Jahr zur Akademie gehen.
Is that what you call those radio spookers? Didn't know they had a technical name. Either way, you gotta keep it up till we get through. Again.
It's cold now. A slight frisson at the point where your neck meets your spine. Something about the lieutenant's words directed at you, but not you.
I didn't say anything, Detective.
Someone has been maintaining it. The wiring has been repaired.
An uncomfortable silence falls over the connection.
It's been a long winter. Long and cold.
I can assure you it's not my twin brother. Though it certainly does sound like me.
So your partner's haunting himself, trying to warn him off his current path, most like.
I hope not.
It's eerie for certain, but also harmless. I just wish I could remember what I was talking about.
Natürlich halten ihn die Psychologen für vollkommen normal.
Is that what this switch does? I'll flip it now.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Sounds like the de-spooker worked. Lucky break. Now give it another go.
Where si parte? Are you there, Lieutenant Dubois? Please acknowledge.
Bad news. Even with the de-spooker flipped, the signal is still too weak to get down with. Don't know. If we can't get around the interference, we're in deep trouble. Hold on. I think Ed gave me some sort of checklist. Says here, main step, volume to the max. That's not too helpful. Okay. It also says, inspect connections for hardcore clarity. So let's try that. My guess, you climb up the Centaur, man. See if there's anything obviously interfering with them. Maybe you've got some technical law science.
This isn't exactly your area of expertise, though.
Someone has been maintaining it.
Something about this setup seems dimly familiar. But you'll be damned if you know what you're supposed to do about it. Images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind. This is dangerous.
More dangerous than crashing my car into a lake? I don't think so. I don't think so, buddy.
Your gloves give you a solid grip on the metal bar. This feels pleasingly familiar. You don't exactly cut a lithesome figure, but after several moments of scrambling, you manage to hoist yourself atop the monument. That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
You're doing all right, detective. Just keep your focus on the task at hand.
Fuck you.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one has cleaned it in years.
Well, what's it look like? That's not good. We should have cleaned the Centaur man first. Pretty rude that we didn't. Hang on, I'm looking at Egg's checklist. He says, if all fails, bend antenna. Narrow is the hardcore way. He says here, muscle style. Good question. Maybe he's saying we're casting too wide a net. Gotta narrow our receiving band so we pick up the big bad without the spookers. Since you're already up there, I say you should do it.
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
8%!
You are face to face with Philip III. The Bronze King looks toward the west. Something about his features seems bizarrely distorted. Not intentionally. It's a matter of perspective. The king was never meant to be seen from such an angle as you've attained. This faithful steed is in nearly as poor a condition as its rider. A clear sky. The kind of across the river you can see Coalition warship Archer tracing its gradual circuit above Revachol East. A few of the idle lorry drivers and strikebreakers gesture at you with their cigarettes, more out of curiosity than anything else. From the window of one of the adjacent apartment buildings, an older woman leans out, her heavy breasts sagging. She yells a single word you can't make out, and then shuts the window with a violent thunk. You allow the broken hunk of metal to clatter to the ground.
He rolled a critical failure. Fuck off, dude. That's so annoying. That's so stupid.
Huh? Sounds like that was a false move. Signal's even worse now. Probably because you broke it.
He's right.
I'm gonna turn all the dials to maximum. Probably gonna burn out our power supply. But that might be the only way.
A maelstrom of sound, swirling and swirling around an invisible point. It's mounting, mounting.
Nicht mehr derselbe ist, seit er auf einem Luftschiff aus Grad zurückgekommen ist.
Lieutenant Dubois, please respond.
It's too much. Your eardrums are throbbing, about to burst.
A long winter.
And then...
Try it now.
This is Warship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting you. Though we're still getting quite a bit of interference.
This is as good as it's gonna get. I'll keep us aligned as long as I can, but this isn't a social mission. You got it?
There is so much you wish you could ask, but you probably only have time for one or two questions.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request? You are currently speaking with Coalition Warship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachol. Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be. You were never very good at this sort of thing. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Coalition Warship Archer.
Two questions,
which
right?
in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally. Which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Inter's umbrella. In Seoul, Samara, and elsewhere. At most, you might say the Moral Inter represents between a quarter and a third of humanity. Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum. No more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fleet. It all depends on your perspective. The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible for all communications aboard the Archer. But now, we've wandered quite far afield.
This is it.
Is everything alright? Acknowledged. To reach the committee, if the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July.
What part of need to reach the committee doesn't she understand? It's only because they haven't heard about your problems yet.
So, your experience...
Oh God, here we go.
We're afraid we don't understand at all. What does this something have to do with your lost memory? Unfortunately, we cannot now.
Quick, hang up on her and there, showed her the lieutenant gives a look.
I think it's best for you to climb off the...
I'm redoing it. I don't give a fuck. That was such horse shit, dude. Critical failure, my ass. Critical failure, my ass. I had everything I needed for that.
Yes?
I don't care about the that annoyed me. I'm not gonna lie.
Yo, man. Rest of the much love to my hardcore and
I spent all the extra money just to fucking roll a crit failure, and then it just like doesn't matter. So go fuck yourself.
grab that amplifier off.
This is why I hate the rolling
Start
thing.
spooling up those cables. Maybe we can get it all in one go.
And ultimately, it doesn't matter because I can just do this. I can just reload. Who cares? Right? That's the thing that kills me about systems like this. This is why I feel like this is inherently just a worse system than that of if you have 50 in electrical, you can pass the electrical check that is 50 out of 100. Versus if you have 49, you don't pass. Unless you want to reload and redistribute your points. Like, I had all the clothes for it, I had good success, but I rolled a crit, so all the time that I spent to get the money, to get the super thing, it just went to nothing because I rolled a crit failure, so just go fuck myself. And again, like I said, it doesn't matter because I can just reload. This isn't a game of D&D where I have to live with my actions. I can just fucking press reload, and it doesn't matter. You can save scum every single check. So what's the point of having the check? It means nothing. I just think it's inherently a worse system.
Just plug that in there, would ya?
It's done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't fucking care, dude.
No idea what we're gonna hear when I turn this thing on. So, honest, don't know how much juice we've good.
A soft rustling, every light switch.
Hey, new man, we're waiting on. That's up to you. I don't know your call sign.
Maybe I'll try Firewalker.
You're all alone. Out. The lieutenant looks nervous.
Give it another go.
Perhaps you're simply imagining
Nein, Liebling.
something about her son.
Is that what? Either way, again.
A slight frisson at the point.
I didn't.
An uncomfortable.
It's been a long winter.
I promise you I didn't. Even though it certainly sounds.
So you're.
It's eerie.
Natürlich halten wir.
Is that what?
Someone has me.
Sounds like the D.
Where si parte?
Bad news. Even with the D-spooker flipped, the signal is still too weak to get down with. Don't know. Said my guess.
This isn't it.
Someone has.
Some images of your body smashed against the pavement flood your mind.
Maybe a break an arm, but that's what the invalids found. It's gotta be you.
I think dice rolls, and I have the exact same opinion when I had Baldur's Gate. Some people got really mad at me when I said it. Some people got really upset when I said it because they think Baldur's Gate is a perfect game that has no flaws.
This feels pleasingly familiar.
But when translating D&D to a video game, I think the dice rolls become pointless. Imho. The reason why dice rolls in the first place are interesting is because you can see it. And you know that there's no technical outcome at play. You have it in your hand. You're physically throwing them. And people have their lucky die and whatever, you know, like, it's an interesting thing. But when you take that to a video game, it's all zeros and ones. It's not anything that you can actually see happening. It's all technical. And a lot of times the game will actually bullshit you. In terms, you can never be 100% sure that it's fair because it's all coded instead of you tossing the dice. And in pretty much every scenario in a video game, you can just do it till you get the outcome you want because it's a fucking video game. And that's the way that you should play. You should play the game that you want to play. The fun thing about D&D is that you're sitting with a group and it's not just about you. But the video game is just about you. You can reload and you can play your adventure, your experience. It's your fucking story. So to say two things. One, if you think that reloading in a video game like this is a bad thing, just break your fucking arms. Two, again, it just inherently makes the system kind of pointless. It would be better to have a check that is, do you have 4 points out of 5 in rhetoric? If so, you pass. If you don't have 4.5, or you don't have 4 skill points out of 5 total in rhetoric, you cannot do this. Because that adds replayability to it, because you know that that's there in the back of your head. Okay, you know, I can't do this right now, because I didn't build my character this way. That's okay. I can come back a second time and build a character for these checks and do the game differently and experience a different story. That's the beauty of it. When you can do everything on the first try, if you get lucky enough, or if you save scum hard enough, it fucking ruins the replayability of it.
You don't exactly
I don't like it.
Figure, but
personal opinion.
After several moments of scrambling, you managed to hoist yourself atop the monument.
I just don't get the argument for dice rolling in video games. I just never have. I feel like it's a waste of time. It's trying to replicate something that can't possibly be replicated because it's a physical thing. It's a physical worldly thing that you cannot replicate in a video game. So why even bother?
That performance was frankly an embarrassment.
I think with Baldur's Gate, and I said it before, and like I said, some people got very mad at me for saying this. I think Baldur's Gate is a really traditional D&D 3rd edition experience in video game form. But I also think that's the worst thing about it. Because Baldur's Gate 3 Baldur's Gate 3 is a great game. Part of the reason it's a great game is because of the fact that they took what D&D 5e is and they changed some shit around. Honestly, that game probably would be better if they didn't stick so much to like the D&D classes or some such, because inherently, this is coming from somebody who doesn't play D&D that much, if ever. I only watch it, really. I don't know the differences between the editions. I play games that have D&D systems. I've been around it, but I've never actually, fucking sat down and played it with somebody else. I've watched plenty of it, so I know the gist of it. I will say, I think for me, every RPG is different. There is no perfect RPG system in terms of stats, in terms of classes. This game is completely different from any other RPG I've played, and it's fine. It's great. Fallout is different from Skyrim, which is different from fucking, Kingdom Come Deliverance or something. Every game is different. There's no perfect system because it all depends on what you need for your adventure that you're creating, the type of experience you want people to be able to have. But at the same time, you can call out what I think are very fundamental, just kind of weak links in RPG systems. And I think, for instance, as much as I tout Fallout as a great, experience, like if we're talking about New Vegas, for instance, some of the skills, some of the perks are just inherently more worthless than others. it's the mechanical aspects of like the melee versus the big guns versus the small guns is not balanced well at all. There's some such as that. In D&D's case, I think inherently some classes are just kind of worse than others. And that doesn't present much of a problem in the actual game itself. You can play as a monk, you can play as a fucking shaman in the 3rd edition, and you can have a great adventure because you're making up the story as you go along with a group of friends. It's supposed to be an enjoyable like role. It's an enjoyable experience that you're crafting for yourself with your friends. You're crafting that world based on a pre-existing rule set, but most people change it to suit them anyway. The thing about a video game is you can't do that. Inherently in a video game, you can't, and you know, disregarding mods, which aren't part of the original experience, you have to play the game, the class in the game is the way the class is in the game. And when you take a thing like D&D and put it into a video game, if we take 3rd edition, for example, in the old Baldur's Gate games, 1 and 2, Shaman sucks. It's absolutely goddamn terrible. In 5e, there probably isn't a class that's as objectively bad, but inherently there are classes like a rogue that are just less interesting or just less mechanically dense or just inherently worse. Like some of the cleric subclasses, I imagine, some of the wizard subclasses are just inherently worse than, you know, like a sorcerer, or other subclasses, or you know, like sorcerer stuff. Like there is some things like you really, in a game like Baldur's Gate 3, you do not need 12 classes or whatever. Just from a gameplay perspective, several of those classes play way too similarly to justify having more than one class. Which is why most games only have like 4 or 6 classes with subclasses. Because you really do not need 12 classes and all the subclasses, and coding for all that is a miserable fucking time. And they're just not all unique enough. Again, when it's your game that you're playing with your friends, you're creating the story in real life, sure, you can make it unique and interesting and different, and nothing, you know, you're gonna balance it for your game. Video games can't do that. So again, it's like, it's just it's too much. Translating it directly from, and I think with the Baldur's Gate 3 and similarly the Baldur's Gate 2, I don't know if it was as strict back then. From what I understand though, like Hasbro, like for Baldur's Gate 3, they had to include all the classes. They couldn't, but they still managed to do things differently. Like the throwing of potions was something unique for that game that makes it better, because it's not straight D&D. They changed something. And it makes the game better. It makes the game more fun. Does it make it more balanced? Is it good for role-playing? Is it good for a tabletop RPG game of D&D? Probably not. But it makes the video game more fun. It makes the video game better. When you're taking D&D, like, it's not the same medium, it's not the same experience. You can't just directly translate it, or it's gonna be kind of, it's gonna have areas. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are great games, but there are areas that absolutely are fucking garbage. Why? Because they're D&D, and it just doesn't work as a video game. There's just parts of it that are just objectively not good because they didn't change it. Dice rolls are one of those mechanics inherently that I just don't think transfer. I don't think I've done a single one of these games where dice rolls are a thing that it makes the game better. I think it just makes it worse. Imho? I need a drink really fast. Talking too much? My throat hurts. And this is not... I think the issue with talking about stuff like this is that people take it as a direct knock against the game itself. Which it isn't. By saying that there are some shitty parts of Baldur's Gate because of the D&D stuff, and there's like I feel like the dice rolls in this game, again, are kind of shitty and make the game worse. I'm not saying the game is bad. I'm not saying that Disco Elysium... like, no game's perfect, obviously. This is a great game, and I'm loving this game. But just as a general, I think dice rolls suck in general. It's not even this game specifically. It's just in just about every single game, they suck. And I think it really just comes from developers that are huge fans of tabletop RPGs that come to eventually make video games that just don't really think about translating them as best as they could. You know, I feel like dice rolling in these games is one of those mechanics that it's a thing that developers that don't actually play video games keep fucking putting in these games because they love it from D&D when they were younger. I feel like it's one of those mechanics that everyone's too afraid not to have. Just get rid of it. Good morning, President.
You're doing all right, Detective.
The connection itself is nothing more than a little braid of exposed wire wrapped about the hoof of the horse. A copper fetter, it cannot slip. The whole monument is covered in a thin but durable layer of oil and grime. It's obvious no one is...
Well, what's it? Let's not... Hang on.
Yeah, I already did this.
Muscle stuff.
The speed freak is right. The responsibility is yours and yours alone. There's no turning back now.
I think specifically, too, the idea of having critical fails and critical successes inherently makes no sense in a video game. Because the point of having a critical success in a thing like D&D is that your DM can sit there and go, you fucking absolutely bitch slapped the shit out of this boss. He fucking went left, right, center. He flew all the way to Canada with the way that you hit him. And the critical fail is like, you fell over, stubbed your toe, and then your fucking skull got cracked open on the concrete and the boss just laughed at you. Doesn't happen in this game. That can't happen in games like this. There is not going to be, because mechanically there's no way that programmers could make it so that way every single check in the game does something different for a critical fail, critical success, or just a regular success. That's something that should not exist in a video game. It just makes the game worse. It makes the game worse.
Your grip is firm, yet controlled. The swelling in your headset guides your hands as much as your hands guide the bronze horse head.
You know,
it's almost like you're hearing through the horse itself.
I think dice rolling is one of those things. It's one of those things, if you shit on it, people will always say, I love the feeling, I love the exhilaration of feeling, you're never sure. I love being able to fail even though I've prepared. I love the element of uncertainty. Then go fucking play D&D with your friends. Go do something else. That's not what a video game is. Like, it's just not. I feel like it's the same argument of like of people. You go to a fucking water park. You go to a water park / roller coaster cart, or you go to a fucking theme park that is half roller coaster, half water park. And you go there for the roller coasters, but you're airing, of course, there's going to be water rides there too, and you're mad that people are there in swimsuits, or you're mad that you're getting fucking wet, and it's like, well, then don't go to that fucking park. It probably doesn't make any sense. I don't know. I tried to come up with something off the top of my head. You could go anywhere else. All I'm saying is that if you like the feeling of uncertainty that dice rolls give you, then go fucking roll some goddamn dice. Why the fuck is it here? It doesn't make any sense.
Looks like it's working. Keep going. Just a bit more.
Nein, Liebling.
The signal is clear. The storm has passed.
No, I don't hate this game. I love this game, actually.
A live voice on the other end of this invisible bridge you've established.
This is one of the top 10 games I've ever played. This is easily going in my top 10 of all time. My complaint is specifically with dice rolling as a mechanic. Because it's in this game, it's in fucking Baldur's Gate, and I hate it. I hate the mechanic of dice rolling. I just don't like it. And specifically, the reason it came up at all is because I just critical failed a check that I was well prepared for. And you know what happened? I fucking reloaded and did it again, and I succeeded. Great. What a waste of time. I hate dice rolling. I hate it. I can't think of a single fucking reason why it is in any of these video games.
Try it now.
Other than it's just a holdover from D&D.
Firewalker, this is Collision Worship Archer. We are acknowledging and accepting it.
There it is. The big bad. Now be quick. I'll keep us aligned as long as I can.
There is so much you wish you could ask. Your efforts have bought you some time, but you can't forget what you're really here for.
Please be advised that you are speaking on a public frequency. What is your request?
Ooh.
You are currently speaking with Collision Worship Archer, flagship of Insurcom forces in Revachol. Of course not. It's simply a rhetorical convention, a common synecdoche. We are the second signaler. Our name is not important. All you need to know is that we hold the position of second signaler aboard the Archer.
You really don't have the faintest guess what her name could be.
Yo.
You were never very good at this sort of thing. There's something in the way she refers to herself, always with the first person plural. A deliberate blurring of the boundary between herself and the institution she represents.
Because it's standard practice for signalers to use the pluralis officialis during the course of our duties. It's meant to serve as a reminder that we don't speak only for ourselves. For instance, as second signaler, we represent Collision Worship Archer, which in turn represents Insurcom and the Coalition more generally, which in turn represents the Moralist International, which itself represents the interests of 1.2 billion people across the world.
Meaning, she's the voice of all those living souls.
No, of course not. There are many nations outside the Moral Inter's umbrella, in Seoul, Samara, and elsewhere. At most, you might say the Moral Inter represents between a quarter and a third of humanity.
This is a weird portrait.
Perhaps you could say that we represent the interests and hopes of a great many people. But you could say, just as easily, that we are the assistant to the secretary of a factotum, no more remarkable than the lowest cashier of a common fleet. It all depends on your perspective. The chief signaler, our superior. They are ultimately responsible for all communications aboard the Archer. But now, we've wandered quite far afield. What was your request? That's difficult to say. We have a very particular view from our observation platform up here. Perhaps the best way to describe it, it is to say we have a very wide perspective, but not an especially detailed one. Oh, it looks quite lovely from here. From our portal, we see rolling hillsides, a public park filled with grand oak trees, men and women going about on horses. Ah, there are children playing by a small pond. The homes and gardens are quite beautiful. Very near.
Where is this supposed to be? This is somewhere relatively close to this? To this fucking, dump?
We cannot say for certain. East it must be. We've only recently been deeded to the Archer, so we are still learning the names of all the many districts.
She needs to see you down here. That's the only way she'll really get what you're about.
Martinez. That is to the west, yes? Stand by a moment. We are adjusting our viewfinder.
This fucking random individual is actually complying with this.
Yes, we are looking at the river now. There are small islands in the middle of it. It's very nice, actually. Interesting. The west of the city looks very different from the east. There's a large motorway dividing it nearly in half.
I have no idea what
This
you're
must be
talking
the
about.
881, no?
Yeah.
Very well. Now, we're looking at an area that seems to be in urgent need of revitalization. Now we see the lake, and around that, a rather vibrant-looking city quarter. There are some large buildings, from the turn of the century, we would guess. Yes, this must be the heart of the district. So that is Martinez.
A distended pause. A slight chill of embarrassment. She isn't sure what to say.
It is quite striking, compared to where we're from. There are a great
Do
many
you see a man on top of a horse?
and we don't see any horses. It's really nothing.
No, there is a horse right there. You see?
But what's most striking are the people. They just... We don't even know how to say it. We really couldn't say. That's one of the limits of this vantage. But the whole district does have a very desperate character.
We're just having a casual conversation with this.
And then there's all the tear line about. It's very unpleasant to look at. We're going to widen our viewfinder a bit. Yes, recycling is very important.
True.
The coalition always supports initiatives that promote civic responsibility and mindfulness. A roundabout. Aha! Yes, we see the monument. But there seems to be a man on top of it. That's you. We have to say, that's extremely irregular, Skywalker. What are you doing on top of the public monument?
I'm singing a song of annihilation.
How interesting. In Messina, disco has been extinct for more than a decade. Funny how the past always is more present in some parts of the world. In any event, it is certainly interesting to see you, even from afar. Most of the time, we signalers just have to imagine what our interlocutors look like.
Am I sensing a connection here? Are we about to make out? Radially. Or what did it... Not physically? Not mentally either. I don't know.
Liebling, bitte. Ist unser einziges Kind.
Signal's weakening. I guess you've got about 2
No!
questions left.
Let me talk with my radio love.
Come again? We're picking up more interference.
Now, does he mean, here's the thing, does he mean 2 questions as in these 2 questions and then I can proceed, or does he mean I can only ask 2 of these 3, which is very different. Completely different scenarios. And I'm like, really... I don't know if I want to test it. I mean, I don't really give a shit what they really want. I wish I... man, I wish I could have learned her name. Next playthrough. Can I say, by the way, that's one of the things that killed me about Baldur's Gate. I loved those games, but every time I talked about, like, and it was usually D&D isms of the game that I didn't like and thought should have been changed, like in an ideal world, there was always somebody that would be like, well, I'm not fucking, just calm down, okay? I like the game. The game is good. I'm not disrespecting your fucking childhood. Okay, I like the game as well. Not to say that's what just happened, but it sucks when talking about a game in any non-positive way is directly considered to be you disliking the game. No game is perfect. Every single game has flaws. Fallout New Vegas is my favorite game of all time, and that game is a fucking mess. That game absolutely sucks. Game is a bitch and a half to run. That game should have never been fucking put on a CD and shipped. It is a gigantic mess. Plays like garbage. Still my favorite game of all time. Witcher 3's combat really sucks, man. And I think Witcher 2 is easily the worst of the three. Those are still my favorite games, my favorite game series of all time. I replay those every single year. This game's really fucking good. But goddamn, I wish it didn't have the dice rolls. I just don't like it. I don't know what to ask. What is real democracy? I mean, what do you...
A very important question with a very simple answer. We want humanity to endure. Beyond that, it may be said that we are the inheritors and stewards of Dolores Day's legacy.
Dolores Day. So beautiful.
Oh, incomparably so. But that isn't what made her so remarkable.
Not true. Her beauty was like a glowing coil on a hot stove, and yet you felt blessed to touch it.
She was the greatest innocent, the single most consequential being to have ever lived. Her legacy touches every aspect of modern life.
Why is everyone fucking French? You know what, that's my biggest question about all of this. Is everyone's fucking French, dude. Everyone's French as fuck. In what world, in what godforsaken schism of our reality is it that the French would be like the leading coalition of the known world? That's insanity. That's actually the most unbelievable thing about this game, if I were to say. Like, in terms of the lore of this game, in terms of everything that happened, the Pale, the Isolas, the fucking disco baby, the craziest thing is that French people are that important. That's fucking wild.
Immeasurable. It includes interstellar travel, 3 scientific revolutions, humanism, internationalism, the welfare state, and balance of terror theory. Nothing less than the intellectual foundation of our modern force. The role of the Moralist International is twofold: to buy humanity.
I think this is more than 2 questions, by the way.
And to patiently guide it along the road while protecting it from ideological highwaymen and eschatologists.
Are you reading off a fucking flyer right now?
It's an elegant idea. one of the cornerstones of the modern era. In short, it holds that durable, lasting peace is possible when the major powers are capable of inflicting unacceptable and irreversible destruction upon one another.
Uh-huh.
Because no rational state is willing to accept the risk of such a calamity befalling its own people. All powers are incentivized to de-escalate conflicts before they reach the point of no return. For the most part, it has. The world is certainly not free of violent conflict, but in the modern era, we have made great strides to reduce its frequency, duration, and severity. It was established by many of the same founding party members who elected Dolores Day, and who, after her assassination,
She was
dedicated their lives
assassinated?
to the continuation of their political and intellectual project.
That's the first time I've heard that. She was assassinated? Wasn't she like the fucking face of God?
There are many. The communists say they are the next dialectical step in an inexorable spiral of progress. They claim to have resolved the inherent contradictions of moralism, and believe they're just one revolution away from establishing a humanist paradise. The fascists say they are both the ancestors of and the successors to the Loyalism. In other words, they believe that Dolores Day's reign simply represents a glorious phase of expansion within a greater Franco-Nigerian heritage. They criticize the DeLorean project for accepting and integrating new peoples rather than forcefully subjugating them. And then, there are our prodigal cousins, the Vazan Social Democrats, who hold our same values and have even adopted many of our same rights and iconography, though they persist in rejecting the umbrella of moralism.
For some reason, it's the Social Democrats she sounds most exasperated with.
We don't resent them. It's more that we are disappointed that they have chosen to emphasize certain points of dispute over broad areas of accord.
She speaks of them like a family member she's abandoned hope of ever maturing.
But of course, they also remain dependable partners in a number of centrist governing coalitions. The RCM exists under the umbrella of the coalition, just as the coalition exists under the umbrella of the Moral Inter. At the same time, the RCM is not exactly of the coalition.
Can I just say, if I don't know if he's gonna watch this VOD or not. President, if you watch this VOD, what is with you coming in here, dropping a comment, and then immediately fucking leaving, dude? I mean, I keep looking over, expecting another comment, and he just fucking never comes. I think he goes back to sleep. Because every time he talks in my chat, it's like he's waking up. Not immediately? Oh my god, you're still here? I can't believe it. That's crazy.
It's our understanding that the RCM's organizational structure predates the coalition. We believe it may even be modeled after the communal brigades themselves.
There is some truth to that.
Yeah?
But in a practical sense, it's the responsibility of the ethics divisions to ensure that both organizations are working towards the same ends. One now committed to upholding moralist values. Strange, isn't it? History is a river coursing ever downward. Occasionally, its course is redirected in
Who
mysterious
does she have a job? Does she have like what is her job? Why is she's so happy to be explaining this to me? What does she do? Herself for office? Oh, I see. I see. I'm preparing myself for bedtime. Quite the opposite. Mostly just listen. That's cool. I was just wondering, because every time you come in here, you usually say one thing, and then I just never hear from you again. And if you do say something else, it's like an hour later, and you fell back asleep or something.
Let us answer your question with a question. Have
It's
you ever
happened so many
seen the
times.
moon fall over the old town of Vesperashi?
I only have a few viewers, so I am curious, maybe overly so. Adversche Schmidt? What?
If you had, then you would remember. It is one of the great wonders of the world. Impossible to mistake or forget. The heart of the city, the old town,
It's
is a
definitely
district
possible.
composed of weather marble, comprising thousands of columns and arcades arranged around a series
I
of
forgot my
frontions.
wife,
During the
I
day,
think,
it's a beautiful sight, equal to any of the great cities of the
and my
universe.
mother, and my father.
But as the sun sets, the shadows cast by those columns and arcades weave together to form an intricate ombre lattice. When you see it, you suddenly understand. It was all built for you, for this very moment.
Are you getting paid for this?
The name at Vesperaskit means evening comes.
For you, for all of humanity. Not only that, but you are also part of that centuries-long plan. When you cross one of the open plazas, your own shadows is effortlessly woven into the great lattice work, a deliberate synthesis of humanity, art, and the natural.
What is it? Why? I did this fucking elaborate scheme to talk to somebody on a boat miles away, and I somehow managed to get the one chick on this fucking ship that just is yapping like crazy. I don't know if that's luck or if that's really unfortunate.
Yes, it is. We grew up there. We have seen the lattice with our own eyes. In Messina, of course. Not only was it the site of Dolores Day's crowning, it was also one
Who
of the
killed
great
Dolores
cities
Day then?
of the Dolorian era, a glorious expression of
Was
humanity's
it, was it perhaps, was the one who ended the DeLorean era, was it perhaps, perchance, Biff Tannen?
Of course, the
Biff?
city does not spring from nowhere, nor does it endure without effort. Its construction
Like some
was
music
the
in
work
the
of
background.
many generations, and its preservation is an equally monumental responsibility.
There's a word at the tip of your tongue. A name. Egret. Don't ask us what it means. We're not sure. It's the name of a common bird, a heron with white plumage. At various times, its feathers have been prized
What?
for ladies' hats.
Yes, it does. It's the name of a bird, of course, but it's also the designation for the Archer's Coordinated Impact Artillery System. Why do you ask?
I don't know. Got me. Half this game has gone over my head, to be honest. I took one philosophy class in college, and it was a miserable time. I wrote a paper that I thought was very well done, only to come away after the class was over and be like, I'm pretty sure I'm a fucking idiot. Like, that was my conclusion at the end of it. I mean, this is mostly political, which again, I was never particularly incredible at. What the fuck am I randomly mentioning this? I don't know. You got me. You got me. I was thinking about artillery systems. I don't know.
Yes, names tend to do that, don't they?
This is it. Final question time.
Oh my god.
I can already feel our alignment getting shaky.
Is everything alright? We lost the connection for a moment.
You want my number? You sound like you want my number.
Acknowledge. To reach the committee, all you need to do is fill out the appropriate request.
I found
form
my
and submit it to the
my
liaison for
police ID. Maybe I should just... Ah, shit, I should have given her my real fucking name. Damn it. I didn't think we'd form like a weird romantic connection with this fucking random dock worker.
If the liaison accepts your request, you will be invited
42%.
to address the committee at their next quarterly public hearing. We believe the next hearing is scheduled for July. Not a problem. If this is a time-sensitive matter, you may file an emergency address request with the liaison for public affairs. They typically respond within a few weeks. We're afraid that is quite impossible, Walker. We cannot transfer you to the committee because we are not entrusted with that responsibility. We are simply the second signal. That is the nature of the command pyramid, yes. Most modern organizations work in a similar way, even the FCM.
A pyramid
Getting
scheme.
tangled by the big bad. Time to try something else.
Superstar's ego, history of prank calls. Won't let the history of prank calls, is that specifically because I told the dude that I wanted to fuck his wife like 3 days ago? Because I made a few phone calls. I don't know if I'd necessarily call them. I called my ex-wife, I think, and she was like, please stop calling me. I called a random video store. I think I called some random dude, some old woman, some dementia having old woman, and then a guy who was like, I needed to talk to his wife, and I told him I was gonna keep fucking his wife. Which one of those is the prank call that it's insinuating? Because I'm not sure. I wouldn't call some of those pranks. Won't let the past go. See, this is like, you know, I installed for Baldur's Gate 3. I installed like an over-explained mod, like really early on. I do this. I tend to do this with basically every game that has like stats like this. It's just really nice to know exactly what everything means. All those calls were actually a single call? Oh yeah. I guess so. I guess the whole thing was a prank call. Well, 246, 246, 7. 7 minus 3 is 4. So 7. I have a +7. And I need to get... What do I need to get to pass? 15. So I need like a fucking 8. I need... Okay, so unlikely at best. So yeah, about a 42%, I guess, is where that number comes from. Makes sense.
This isn't about you. Not really. It may have been at a certain point, but...
Exactly 15. I got an 8.
Is about your
what do you know?
Responsibility to all of Revachol. Now, take a deep breath. Look upward. You don't have to bear the burden alone.
What? How do you know this? Sir Walker, this is a very serious claim. Please describe the situation as succinctly as possible. We will forward
It's kind of
the
already...
summary to the
I mean,
committee.
this is a bit late, though. I feel like I should have done this... I should have done this before.
There's papers rustling in the background. She's clearing her...
Because the Wild Pines has already left. Everett's pretty much already won. She's already backed off, so the conflict has been avoided.
There. You've wedged your foot in the door. Now, if you could show the Coalition how much...
I didn't really expect to win this.
They'll have no choice but to intervene. You have the facts. Just lay them out beneath the cold light of reason.
Please continue. We're listening. Good God. Is there anything else the committee should know?
Detective, before you answer that, I urge you to weigh your words extremely carefully.
The lieutenant is afraid you're going to say something too outre.
What does that mean? Dictionary? An intraponetic phenomenon? What does that mean? Dude. This is almost like a Telltale Glass him situation. Where I want to click these to see what the options are, but I'm afraid it's going to box me into a really bad situation that I don't want to be in, so I don't want to even touch them. They're like landmines. They're landmine options, but I'm very curious about what it's going to say. I think talking about the 2mm hole in the world is probably not the way to go. Even if the Pale is like a well-documented phenomenon, randomly saying that we've found the hole in the world where nothing exists is pretty out there. That might be a bit much, but something very strange about the victim in the murder investigation. What would it be? That he's like a fucking nut job? I don't know. What would I say about it? He was like I want to know what would it say about him? I don't know, but I don't want to I will complete the game anyway. I don't know if I'll get here again. I'm only going to do 2 playthroughs, I think. The second one is going to be... because I'll probably finish this game tomorrow, I would think. And at that point, I want to play as like a alcohol superstar. A drug-abusing superstar that only goes by feel. No Johnny Law. I don't even know if I...
Acknowledge. Please stand by while we transmit our summary to the committee.
Signals are starting to misalign. Not sure how much longer I can hold them together.
What is he even doing?
Fireworker, this is Collision Worship Archer. Please acknowledge.
No. You know this tone of voice. You've heard it before.
No!
We are sorry, Fireworker. The committee has declined your request for an emergency address. Specifically, they said that disputes of purely local concern do not fall under their purview. I cannot say we agree, speaking for a moment in strictly personal terms. You've convinced us that the situation in Martinez is untenable, but we are only the second signaler, and there is no appeal in the committee's decision.
This is like when TikTok banned my account and I had to fucking appeal to their robot, but their robot denied my appeal. And then I had to appeal to a different robot to try and overturn that appeal, but the robots denied that appeal to the appeal. And so I was just stonewalled. I understand.
Something has cracked in her foundation.
I've changed the ultra-liberal? Holy shit.
As it had been.
Oh my god. This is how communism infiltrates the heart. Is bureaucracy.
They added that they expect the RCM to fulfill its responsibilities to a high degree of satisfaction.
Thank you for
We're
trying.
sorry we did not come bearing better news.
You want my number?
But we must say that it has been a privilege to speak with you. We believe you have
You're
a credit
goddamn right.
and we wish you good fortune and safety during the course of your work.
You want my number?
Her wishes are sincere. You can take heart from that.
Do you want to be my new wife? Because I'm pretty sure I don't. I think my old wife cheated on me or something.
Now, the first signaler has informed us that we must update the receiving frequency. This connection will be cleared in 4, 3, 2, 1. Après le monde, le gris.
And the lieutenant gives a long sigh as he removes his headphones. He looks up at you.
I think it's best for you to climb off the statue now, Detective.
No.
Your real work is down here.
I'm staying up here. Be funny if I could choose to fucking jump. After the entire game, this is the decision. Just fucking jump.
There's a damp cold running up the insides of your thighs.
Do a dolphin dive into the concrete.
You've been up here quite a while.
I've been rejected by the fucking girl on this ship. It's over for me. Dolphin dive into the concrete.
You look around. The strikebreakers are still shouting their slogans and waving their hand-painted signs. Beneath you, the lieutenant and the speed freak have begun disconnecting a few cables. There's really no point. You're beginning to feel like the little child who refuses to come down off the carousel.
I never liked the carousel. Carousels were always kind of weird to me. They're just uncomfortable. Like, getting on them was uncomfortable. The feeling of like, going up and down was uncomfortable. Everybody watching you was uncomfortable. So the whole scenario, going behind, you know, like, by the time you get to the other side of the carousel, and you're like, if there's people waiting for you at the gate, they can't see you for that split second anymore. That was uncomfortable. Carousels are just uncomfortable. There's a reason why they're out of style. It's because they suck.
About time. You grab that amp. Forget the cables. Need to leave some evidence of our antenna to inspire future generations.
What's one more trip across the waterlock?
Okay, buddy. Acting like we haven't done this 27,000 times. I've walked back and forth across that waterlock for at least 2 hours of this game.
We've held up more than our share of this collaboration. I hope you recognise how much the hardcore underground came through for you.
If you
Sure.
want to show your appreciation, we can still use your help.
Oh my
Egg is
god.
hard to talk to.
I thought all the side quests would be done after this.
Mutual aid.
Sure, you have to say that now, but it's alright. I'll put this tech away later. Think there's an extra can set, in case you want to grab a souvenir or something. Don't think anyone will miss it.
Ooh, specialist grade headset. Inland Empire. Inland Empire seems to be like one... Inland Empire and Shivers. Inland Empire, Shivers, Electrochemistry is really what I want to focus on for the next playthrough. I think.
It's a paw! Yeah! Hardcore! Yeah! It was awesome! And scary. They're too hardcore, in fact. I couldn't control it. At all. It sucks up all the air in the mix until it's the only thing left. Starts compressing itself and everything around it.
It's a black hole!
Up the headspace. Extreme! Oh! I don't know. Maybe someone can do something with this. I imagine this is the sounds that the future could make. Yeah!
Physical instrument. I guess I can try it. Do I have anything for physical instrument right now? I've now bought most of the clothes. I mean, not that it really matters, but I've bought most of the clothes. I am tempted, like... I don't know. I don't know if this game has a new game plus either. I will figure it out when I obviously beat the game tomorrow. But
It's a paw! Yeah! Harder!
No, that would be silly. Your body isn't for thinking. It's for robust,
No.
wholesome things. Things like discipline.
You know what? Fuck it. Whatever. Okay. Just go eat my own ass. Thanks.
The mother of humanism. Why? That does seem to be, I don't know, only a strange... The mother of humanism.
I still don't know what to do with... I don't know. There's always questions. The more stuff I miss, the more I can do in my next playthrough, I guess. I don't feel like I've missed that much. I feel like I've done a pretty healthy amount. Looking at my task. I've done a lot of task. Holy shit. So we have to look for Ruby. I'm not gonna do the smokes. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's not really important. I still don't know. I've been to the boardwalk and I can't find a single thing that allows me to look for bullet traces. So I don't know if I did that out of order or what. Offer figures to Dolores Day. No clue. Find the murder weapon. I assume that'll come up. Find all the armor pieces. I assume that'll maybe come up. So there's really not too much left. Except for, of course, finding this chick. Miss Ruby. She's like right here, right? I think I've done everything now. Let me save. It's about time for me to end anyway. I feel like we're at this final stretch here, for sure. I'm definitely beating this next stream.
The once bright mural.
97%.
Saying, Feld electrical, R and D. A breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves over you. The cool air breaks across your body. It brings the
I
salt
hate
of the sea.
fucking...
Go to the children of the big sea. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were.
So it didn't even matter. What was the point of failing it if it doesn't make a difference?
Officer, are you okay? It looked when you're ready.
I fucking hate that. I hate it. Oh my god, that infuriates me. 97% chance, and I rolled a fucking critical failure. That's so agitating. Why?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a...
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is
You
gonna
cannot
cause a
succeed every time? Yeah, that's the problem. It's stupid. Because I could literally just reload and succeed that time.
We had bad words.
I did succeed in that check already once, but it said I had more stuff to do, I guess.
Bad words. Bad words. We just heard funny voices. We thought the voices were funny. We said what they said, and then we got in trouble. Radio? What's that? We just heard them in our head.
Could it be? Do their minds work in the same way?
You know, I heard people talking. It was like, it is time at last. My nasty speed reeks. Our brother man is about to grow up.
A memory stirs. You've heard this quickfire patter before.
DJ Flatios, Big Boy Davial single is here. Buckle up, cause this is the fastest track that you're ever gonna hear.
Was it his motor vehicle?
Turn up the volume. Blow those speakers out. Now here's no. Don't say bad words, stupid.
Why? What a splendid rendition these two rapscallions have offered us here today. Faultless memorization. Perchance they'll enjoy greatness as a double act in the performing arts.
A word when you're done.
Yeah.
Draws a jack.
You on your damn radio, Kim.
Those voices.
Yes, of course. Earlier, when you turned the radio on in his Kanema.
I can't explain how they heard it. I believe they heard something, and given the poverty of this part of town, I don't know how they could have heard the radio. However, weird as it is, the situation is not connected to the murder. This isn't our business. No, I just don't see how this furthers our investigation into a murder. That's all.
An ocean breeze.
Besides, maybe it was just a radio they overheard. They might not be old enough to know the difference. How would they have heard the voices?
That's the thing. And I said this earlier. I said this in my fucking 20-minute rant that I went on earlier about dice rolls. Is I can succeed every time. I just have to reload. That's what makes it pointless. I can succeed every time. I can very easily do that with the mechanics given to me by the game. I can just reload. The game gives you the quick load for a reason. Don't like the outcome? Reload. Succeeding on that check doesn't do anything, though. If you don't have all the pieces, so it doesn't really matter. Where is it coming from?
The lieutenant
Let's at least rule out radios before continuing. Maybe the twins didn't know it was a radio they were hearing. The washerwoman seems to know everything that happens here. Let's ask if she heard anything before moving on. Okay. After you.
The wind told me.
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. A radio? Ah, no. We play no radio here. There's one in the shack, but it's never used.
What's the point? Is it? I mean, it's the mechanic the game gives you. What's the point of a quick save if you're not gonna use it? It's your video game, and it's not. It's fundamentally not the same as cheating because it's an in-game mechanic. You could cheat in D&D as well if you talk about it with your DM. But quick saving is literally a mechanic the game gives you so that you can reload choices. Because most people aren't going to play multiple times. If you don't like the outcome, you should be able to. I mean, it's the way you play. It's what you want to play the game. If you don't like the outcome, reload. It gives you the option. You'd be a fool not to use it. It kind of makes the whole thing pointless, though, doesn't it? By virtue of reload, again, I said this before, I'll say it again. Dice rolls in video games don't make sense. Don't make sense. Be better just to have hard checks. I'll say it until I'm dead.
Vicious knew every sound that belongs to Viscose.
It's just something that doesn't work very well in this medium at all.
Was that the nonsense we were spouting? Huh. No, I have no idea where they heard it.
This thing is like
They've been
really
in earshot all week.
Let's just get it out of the way as fast as we can. Contact dispatch from my kinema and ask them to connect you to the station. I'm ready when you are.
Anything else?
Nope. Have a good night. All right, see you, President. Have a good day. Have a good day at work, man. The thing about having hard checks versus dice rolls is that with hard checks, if you don't have the points for the check, you literally cannot succeed without, I guess, cheating. But cheating inherently, like, cheating you have to go outside of the game to do. Cheats aren't available, at least in 99% of games. They're not available. You have to actually, like, enable shit to do that. You have to go out of your way to cheat. Which, let's be honest, most people would have given the option. That's why the option is not there. That's why you have to... It's like pirating. It's a matter of convenience. Most people probably would cheat if it was just that easy. But they don't, because it's not. Most people aren't going to take the time to go to their INI file and make sure the console is enabled and do all that shit. But, if it's a hard check, you literally can't pass. That means you have no choice but to do it a second time if you really want to. Which I think adds to the replayability, because it adds legitimacy to different builds, whereas theoretically you could get every check right on the first go in your very first playthrough if you quick saved and quick loaded, which is a mechanic readily presented to you with the video game, as it should. Because most people don't want to play multiple times. But it limits the replay value of the game for people that do, by having dice rolls instead of hard checks. That's why I'm in favor of hard checks. Dice rolls work better in a physical format. Hard checks work better in video game format. I think this is one of those things that is just objectively true.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio
Too many people, can I say, by the way,
and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Can I say, by the way, by the by, too many people act like loading and saving in a video game is like fucking cheating. It's the same people that think that if you don't play on hard mode, that you're somehow less of a human being just because you value your time more and don't give a shit about arbitrary in-game fucking achievements or whatever, because you actually have a job to go and do in the morning, or a kid to look after, and who gives a fuck if you play it on easy or hard mode if you have a life, you know? It's the same argument with quick saving and quick loading. It's like, who gives a fuck? Play the game the way that you want to play. If you don't like what happens, reload. I mean, that's the whole point of an RPG, is you're making your story. You're making your story. It's role playing. You don't like what happens, then fucking reload. If you die, reload. You can make it a challenge. That's why challenge modes exist. But that's not the default experience. That's not the experience that 99% of the players are going to have. Nor should it be the experience people are pressured or expected to have, because it's just nonsense. If you feel like you want to do something like Baldur's Gate 3 has a permanent one life, one die, or one die, one life, right? If you want to play that way, sure. If you want to cheat and go out of your way to do that, sure. You paid for this fucking game. It's different in the case of D&D because you're actually sitting across from the person that is actively making out this story for you. It is a very real social interaction. So if you like cheat in a D&D game, you're just a fucking dick. You're an asshole. Because you're fucking over people who are there specifically so that you're gonna have a good time.
Come again, officer?
But I feel like bringing that mentality to video games doesn't really make a whole lot of sense unless it's unless there's the social aspect, unless it's multiplayer. That's why quick saving, quick loading is not a thing in multiplayer, because you have to think about other people. Yeah, you have to think about other people. It's not just you, but you know, if it's a single player game, especially an RPG, which there is no other genre of game that is more do it your way, you should not be shamed or feel bad at all for, you know, especially something like quick saving, quick loading checks. But that, again, having hard checks to me just makes it more valuable as an experience. I feel like it just makes individual builds more rewarding, rather than I personally also, if we're talking about RPG mechanics, I don't really like the idea of just switching clothes. Like, going with this game specifically, it's not uncommon in RPGs to have clothes that change stats and whatever. I think this game does it a bit to a insane degree, though, where literally before essentially every fucking check, you're just changing your outfit constantly to get the best percentage. It's a bit tedious and monotonous, and it doesn't really add anything to the game. I can't say I really enjoy that too much. I think it's a bit excessive. Most RPGs, because of the combat, the checks are specifically a lot of times lackluster in a lot of ways, because you don't want to give too much of an edge in a real combat scenario just from putting on a pair of boots or something, right? You want that really good loot that's going to be the big advantage to be like the legendary stuff, super uncommon. In this game, obviously, there being no combat, of course the gear is going to be more, you know, stat oriented. But I do think that kind of just makes it a little bit tedious, having to switch in and out of your fucking underpants 9 times a day to pass different checks. And again, once again, I do feel like it sort of limits the replay value, or at least the replay value in playing a completely different way. But I haven't actually replayed the game, so I don't know how. I mean, there's plenty. The thing about this game specifically is there's so much dialogue, there's so much writing, there's so much meat, there's so much depth to this game that you could play it 4, 5, 6 times and probably not experience every single line of dialogue or every scenario the game has to offer. Because this is an amazing game that was made with passion and love and people that actually wanted to make a great experience. And it's incredible. But if you take this same system and do it to any other game that's like half the size, like, can you imagine? You wouldn't want to replay it because of the fact that you can basically just have an Omega build the very first. If you really min-max it, you can get everything in one playthrough. This game, it's not necessarily the different builds that make replaying interesting. It's just the different options. You're also not really, I can't say like unique builds aren't necessarily encouraged in this game, simply because of the fact that even if you go super socialist, super communist, super, centrist, you can still go the complete opposite direction in the next conversation. Like, you never have to commit to any specific way of being. So that also, I feel like, sort of limits the value of builds. But when you're taking out combat, which I feel like more RPGs should do, Planescape is a great example. And I know this game is better than Planescape. One of the sole reasons for that is because of the fact that it doesn't have fucking combat. Because Planescape's combat is ass. If you've ever played Planescape Torment, you know it's a fucking nightmare. It sucks. I said it when I played that game. I was like, this game would be better if it just didn't have combat. This game would be better as like a purely story heavy game and just no combat whatsoever. Like, the story of the game is incredible, but the actual, like, the fighting to get between point A to point B story-wise is such a tedious nightmare. It sucks. It's genuinely ass. And it made me want to quit the game several times. So this game actually did what I would have done for Planescape, which is remove the combat. And I saw this game was directly inspired by Planescape Torment. So that's a cool thing to see, that one of the biggest issues I had with that game was essentially fixed in this modern day spiritual successor. In the same way, I think Baldur's Gate 3 is a modern day spiritual successor to Dragon Age Origins and fixes a lot of the issues with that game. Still has, again, like, none of these games are perfect, but it's cool to see these modern day iterations tackle some of the bad things about classics of the previous generation. But I feel like the reason why mechanically this game still has issues, we just don't get games like this in Planescape Torment often enough. They're just not, they're just so, they're such a rarity nowadays that, fuck man, it takes, Planescape Torment came out in like 1998, I think. It's taken us this long to get a game that's remotely similar. So it'll be another 20 fucking years before we get another game based off the people that like this game, that grew up and made another game. And it'll be slightly better than this game, but it'll still be extremely annoying mechanically because it's taken 20 years for the next evolution to come. There's just not enough iterations of this genre. You compare that to the CRPG, which are much more common, just in like the really standard Baldur's Gate D&D style top down fucking use fireball, blow up mobs. That has been fucking done to absurdity at this point. Baldur's Gate 3 is a little bit different because it's turn-based, but still, like, between like Divinity and Pathfinder and all these other like games that have these big Tyranny's another one. Pillars of Eternity, I think, is another one that's very similar. Like these modern day ongoing games that have built upon that and even done their own spin on it and iterated on that, as compared to a game like this, which is really not common at all. So I gave this game a pass mechanically. I still think the checks are bullshit. I'll say it as many times as I need to. The checks are fucking bullshit, dude. I just don't like it. I don't like it.
The lieutenant sighs under his breath. Really? He says, low and tired.
Yes.
Right. One moment, officer.
Jeez?
No.
I have the GMS on the line. I'll connect you now.
Yo!
The starting gun fires, and we're off.
Yo, you got DJ Mesh here, my man. I got a few minutes before I gotta go back on air. What do you need? An asshole is a mouth for shit. And I'm puking.
That's the name of the song. Vulgarity is La Belle de Jour.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's the shit hot new single from DJ Fellatio. Really setting up the song.
DJ Fellatio.
They're loving it, man.
But spelled not like fellatio. Very cool. Very metal. Very hardcore.
I really think it's the future of music, I do. Fucking, like, stinkcore or something. Shit's so nasty. Those stink waves come up like sound waves, you know what I mean?
This is preposterous. Neither sound nor scent work anything as he's describing. What does he even mean?
Very cool, man. I'm dead serious when I say Fellatio's gonna make it big in this world. Is that what this is about? Listen, it's not our problem if kids decide to tune into River Shaw's hottest station. I don't understand. Are you asking if we can, like, play our station into people's brains?
I think you're an enemy of tradition. See, I love how you have these like random fucking times where it's just very clearly communist answer, there's the centrist answer, and there's the fascist answer. It's just very clearly, it's funny. when you get these.
Speed Freaks FM is elective listening, man. We don't want to force the people to adopt our thinking. That's fascist bullshit.
I can do the fastest one if you
You're
want.
a fucking wild man. Sure, let's hear it. Oh, man, I love it. You're great. No, we didn't do anything like that. With no
I like how it even just acknowledged it as I said it. That's hilarious. This game is written so well.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to ask?
I was a bit worried. I'll say it again. I think I said this a few days ago. I'm sorry. I'm rambling a lot. This game has a lot to talk about. I could probably talk about this game for like 6 fucking hours straight if I really wanted to. I don't think anybody would want to hear it, but I think when you're making a game like this, especially when you're erring on the side of more leftist values or political stances, you really run the risk of coming off like either corny or fucking, I don't know, quirky, like just a little bit like a little bit too Tumblr, you know? And the very first dialogue in the game, the ancient reptilian brain immediately had me like, okay, but I can see this going in a very Tumblr-y direction that is I'm not a fan of. A very fucking I don't know, like a very just like a low standard of writing. Very least common denominator type of fucking way of talking about this type of shit. But this game did not do that at all. It went in a completely opposite direction, which I'm a super fan of. This game is really great. It's written very well. This is probably one of the most well-written games I think I've ever played in my life. Because even in most, like... And that's the problem with a lot of RPGs that try to hit... Because you really have to... You almost have to balance whether or not... Like, Planescape had this issue, too, where... It had a lot of dialogue for a way that you... Like, a really specific way that you're meant to play the game. But the thing with RPGs is it's meant to be your story. It's meant to be, like, you can write your own story. But the more outcomes, the more scenarios you write for different ways people play, the wider you have to cast your net, the more and more different points you have to start thinking about that have to connect to each other and go back and forth and this way and that way. It becomes more and more work, and most studios simply are not going to put in the time to do that, and instead are going to put in fucking costumes that you can buy for $5 in the PlayStation Store. Good thing about Larian, and I think this game as well, or at least when this game was made, I've heard that they since had some issues, but while this game was being developed, like Larian isn't a studio that is publicly traded, so they didn't have shareholders. They didn't have shareholders to fucking say, actually, no, don't put in these extra endings for an evil playthrough. We want you to put microtransactions instead. This game was also a passion project, and it fucking shows. It shows in how much there is writing-wise for all the different types of things that you can do. It's incredible. Because even well-made RPGs that are made by a AAA studio, generally, like I said, like the more it tries to account for, the thinner the writing becomes. Fallout New Vegas is a great example. It's probably one of the best examples of an RPG sandbox open world, probably the best example of that. But at the same time, there are gonna be quests, there are gonna be scenarios that are essentially just, hey, how are you doing? Well, bang bang, here's the money. Like, really just bare bones, nothing. There's no substance to it whatsoever, because it's literally only there to be like a checkpoint for if somebody did happen to do this. If somebody happened to play the game this way, check mark. Because putting any more effort into it would cost so much time and money, and shareholders just aren't willing to do that to make the game slightly more enjoyable for somebody who's going to play in a non-standard way. Planescape allows you to play in several different ways but the hero path is the main way to play the game. It's the intended way to play the game. And as I discovered going back and doing a second playthrough recently in December, doing an evil playthrough of that game, it's just not meant to be played that way. There is so much less content. Same with Arcanum, so much less content. And those games had troubled developments outside of that, but nevertheless, like it's going to be pretty much the same story with any AAA studio that is, you know, funded by shareholders. You're just never going to get the sort of depth with anything outside of the standard path, because of the fact that it would cost money, and it's not going to hit the most. Like, if most people aren't going to play this way, then there's going to be no attention to detail there. But this game, Baldur's Gate 3, Fallout New Vegas, I think, did the best with what they had. But this is really, it's just really hilarious, really funny, really well written. You can tell that there was actually human beings that wanted to do things with this game and weren't just getting paid to fucking write down words on a paper so that they could go home at the end of the week and curse their miserable lives. It's a great thing when you see art that's actually meaningful. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Art that actually has passion is a fucking joy to see. Instead of the next Assassin's Creed game that is going to be fucking absolutely garbage.
Huh?
Okay, cop man. Can do, will do. DJ Mesh, out.
The party has terminated the call. Is there anything else I can do for you?
You should check the radio again.
Spoke to the wildest cop in Rivershaw. He asked us to give his buddy cop, longtime listener Kim Kitsuragi, a big shout out. Kim,
oh boy.
We love you. Keep it freaky, like DJ Mesh, DJ Flacho, and your wild friend. This one's for you.
If, when a motor carriage's engine was ignited, it could drive by its own accord off to a high mountain, and there write a song, perhaps it'll be something like what you're hearing now.
We aren't discussing this.
Okay. We should have saved it so you could have it. You know, when I first subbed to somebody on Twitch, I videotaped it with my phone. I videotaped them reading out my name as I subbed to them. I don't have it today, but it was a big deal for me at the time. I was much younger.
What a reserve of willpower. It's taken all he's got to not smile.
He liked it.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone?
No.
57.
In the cabin.
Okay.
Okay, about that call, let's start from the top. There's no doubt the twins heard Speed Freaks FM. I still don't know how without a radio. Nope. I don't know what it means. I don't think the voices in your head are related to this, no.
The lieutenant gives you a...
I don't know what to say to that, or what you want me to say.
I'm telling you, the voice of the city is speaking with me. She clearly wants to have sexual intercourse just like John Constantine has with LA. I'm literally giving you a very specific scenario that has happened in the past that I know of. I'm giving you a homework assignment. I can show you what's happening. I can point out the comic.
Did we ask where the kids were when they heard the voice?
Nope.
We could ask where the kids were when it happened.
Criticizing me, Kim.
And detective, thanks for this.
Hey, you fucking better be thankful, you motherfucker. The shit that I do for you, I'll break your fucking leg. God damn it, Kim. About time for me to go off for the night. I didn't expect this random side venture. And I got caught up in another rant. The rants are probably why I'll never get more than a couple of viewers, which is a shame. I can't help myself though. I simply cannot help myself. I must yap. I mean, that's the only reason I'm streaming this. Otherwise, I would just talk to myself. And which, by the way, I have. You know, I turned on the camera the last few months. This is really just what I do with myself all the time. I would have had that entire discussion with myself, no camera, no microphone, in my bed. The exact same way as if I was talking to somebody. Because I'm a fucking nut job.
Our tenant, the policeman.
Jesus Christ, what
I hope
happened?
the waves don't keep you up at night. What?
Oh, I can't be holding WASD, that's what it is. Oh no, the kids are gone. Okay, I guess I'm gonna take a nap then and call it for tonight. Be on tomorrow.
Good night, officer.
Day 7. Day 7 feels like a good day to end. Good round number.
The bed is comfortable.
Hold on. I want to try this one more time. If I
No
can.
mirror
Nope.
hangs on the wall.
Never mind. Never got rid of the expression. That's a shame.
The bed is.
Tis a shame.
The place feels almost like home now.
I think they said it was going to be the same dream now.
A new life by the seaside. You're incredibly tired. The darkness and warmth.
We've already heard this.
It's easier this time. Drifting off, your head has found a comfortable indent in the pillow. Your legs and your torso feel like lead weights sinking to the bottom of the sea. Until there's suddenly light.
This is the greatest hits material. Black type. Spinning and spinning and spinning. You finally tired yourself. Cornered the flicker of your mind and extinguished it.
For now,
okay.
A little while, you can. When the pictograms and the hieroglyphs of the world return, they seem silent somehow. The alarm rings quietly too. You're ready.
I've gotten in the end of all the dreams, essentially. That was basically telling me the same thing as last night. Is I'll have the same dream until the final one, I guess, when the game is over. I would expect to be done with this game tomorrow. For at least the first playthrough, and then I'll probably immediately go into a second playthrough. Will I finish it? I don't know. Probably. And then after that, I don't know. I was thinking Divinity Original Sin, to be honest. I never played that game. Larian seems like a good studio, so I figured I'd maybe give some of their other games a shot. Anyway. I do appreciate anybody that watches these VODs, even if they only tune in for a second. Good to see President once again. And I don't want to, by the way, just if he ends up watching the VOD, President, some of the things that you said inspired conversational points, but it was never directed at you. I do want to make that clear, my friend. My friend, oh friend. Bum, bum, bum. But President Garrock was here earlier, and I think that's really it. Not a lot happened tonight. I also had a bunch of technical problems at the beginning of stream, so I had to restart, so that was unfortunate. But hopefully, it's TikTok Live. Maybe I'll try and fix it by tomorrow. I do have one or two individuals, younger individuals, that sometimes tune into my shit there, so I'd like to fix it. But I don't know what they did to their app. Nothing that I did. The app updated and broke. Ugh. Look at my nice fresh cut hair. Looks good, man. Looks good. My rants, by the way, may come off as aggressive. They're not really intended to be. I'm just passionate. Okay? I'm just passionate about video games. I really am. You could say it's the only thing that I'm passionate about, to be honest. One of the very few things I'm passionate about. And I have strong opinions. VOD watchers, you can fast forward them. Like I said, this Saturday I won't be on, and I'm gonna go ahead and make a playlist of all these VODs to make it easier for people to find them if they care to do so. Put them all together. I also gotta play Persona 3. I think all the DLC has come out now. That's what I was waiting for. The Persona 3 remake. I've never played Persona 3. I'd like to. Anyway. Oh, have a nice night. Have a nice week. Happy Wednesday into Thursday. I guess I'm gonna go take my dog out and feed my cat. And chill and go to sleep. I'll be on with more disco tomorrow, around 6 p.m. CST. Hopefully I'll get the TikTok thing fixed. If not, oh well. Oh well. It is what it is, I guess. Yeah. Tomorrow should be the finale of the game, of my first playthrough. And I'll probably go straight into my second playthrough. As long as it's not too late. If it's like 12 o'clock, then I'll probably only make my... If it's right towards the end of stream, then I'll just make a character and quit and play more Friday. But if it's fairly early in the night, then I'll go ahead and just start the second playthrough right then and there. I wouldn't expect to play too much of it tomorrow, but I'm definitely gonna finish it tomorrow. In text. I don't know where I'm gonna end up putting this game on my top all-time. It's definitely top 10. I don't know where exactly, though. I like this game a lot. I feel like I should wait till the second playthrough is over before I place it anywhere. We'll see. Have a good night. Have a good week. Almost the end of January already. Crazy. 2025. It's gonna go at a blistering pace, and then we're all gonna be dead. Something to look forward to.